Chapter 3564. For a major force like the Sacred Sparrow Tribe, they would even pay a huge price to invite the spacetime spirit rats to open a wormhole for them. The Almighty among the spacetime spirit mice had the ability to revert to their ancestors and could open fixed wormholes. In the regions of these great forces and races, the wormholes were like intersecting networks that connected the various regions. Otherwise, just traveling alone would take an unknown amount of time. With the wormhole, transportation was much more convenient. Through the wormhole they soon arrived at a bustling planet. They settled down on the planet and waited. Without a doubt, the planet of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe was even more bustling with true experts. There were all kinds of treasures that Lu Ming had never seen before. Lu Ming was extremely envious. Lu Ming went out for a stroll and bought some things. Brother Lu. When Lu Ming returned to his residence after buying some things, he bumped into Man Ning. Man Ning seemed to be looking for him. "Miss Man Ning, why are you looking for me?" Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, do you know about the dreamy sacred jade?" Man Ning asked with a smile. "Dreamy sacred jade? What's that?" Lu Ming asked curiously. It was his first time hearing about the dreamy sacred jade. "This is it," Man Ning said. The next moment her glabella lit up. A translucent, palm-sized jade token flew out from her glabella. "This is the dreamy sacred jade. What's so special about it?" Lu Ming asked. He could feel that the dreamy sacred jade was special, but he couldn't tell what it was. "The dreamy sacred jade is refined by the dreamy heavenly palace," Man Ning explained with a smile. Dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming was shocked. The current primitive universe was in the era of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace ruled the primitive universe and all races submitted to it. Legend had it that there wasn't only one heavenly palace, but many different heavenly palaces. Obviously, the illusory heavenly palace was one of the heavenly palaces. The treasures refined by the dreamy heavenly palace were definitely extraordinary. As expected, Man Ning continued to explain, as long as it is bound to the Dream Jade token, anyone who has the Dream Jade token, no matter where in the universe, will be able to exchange information. What? Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. No matter which corner of the universe they were in, they could exchange information. This function was too heaven-defying. Compared to the voice transmission Jade token, it was many times stronger. In fact, the desolate universe was too big. No matter what grade the voice transmission Jade talisman was, it was useless. The distance was too far and it was impossible to send a message directly. However, this dreamy heavenly Jade was actually able to directly communicate with one another. It was truly heaven-defying. In the Taishu dynasty he had never heard of such a thing. The Taishu dynasty was still too backward. Brother Lu, this is only one of the basic functions of the dreamy heavenly Jade. The dreamy heavenly Jade has many other functions. For example, there is a public area on the dreamy heavenly Jade. If you send a message there, other people who have the dreamy heavenly Jade will be able to see it. For example, there are various secret techniques, divine skills and cultivation experience on the dreamy heavenly Jade. Man Ning explained. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. This kind of treasure was really mysterious. He couldn't wait to have one. "Miss Man Ning, where can I buy this dreamy heavenly Jade?" Lu Ming asked. The dreamy heavenly Jade is very rare even in the sacred Fire Saber sect. It is a precious treasure and not many people have it. However, you can still buy it in the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. However, I happen to have one left. Why don't I give it to Brother Lu? After saying that, Man Ning's hand shone and another Jade token appeared. It was indeed the dreamy heavenly Jade. It was emitting a dreamy light. "Give it to me?" Lu Ming was surprised. A treasure like the dreamy heavenly Jade was rare even in a big force like the Sacred Fire Saber sect. However, no one had heard of it in the Taishu dynasty. One could imagine that it was very valuable. Man Ning actually gave him a piece directly? Brother Lu is very talented and powerful. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, I am afraid we will need Brother Lu's help. Man Ning smiled and said directly. She was very direct and spoke her mind. Obviously she wanted to befriend Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Alright, when we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, if there is a need, Lu Ming will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Of course, if it is too dangerous, please forgive Lu Ming for not being able to help. Lu Ming said. He was also very direct. If he had the ability he would help. If he didn't, there was nothing he could do. Of course. Man Ning smiled and handed the dreamy heavenly Jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. To be honest, such a treasure was really tempting. "How do I use it?" Lu Ming asked. "Just drip a drop of blood on it and it will be bound." In this way no one else can use it except you. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded and squeezed a drop of blood from his finger. He dripped it on the dreamy heavenly jade. Immediately, the dreamy heavenly jade absorbed the blood completely. At this time, Lu Ming and the dreamy heavenly jade had a strange connection. With a thought, the dreamy heavenly jade flew into his glabella and floated in his sea of consciousness. Then Lu Ming's mind moved again, and an invisible picture appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Please name it. 3 big words appeared on the picture. Name it? Lu Ming was surprised. Brother Lu, the dreamy heavenly jade will form a dreamy space. The public area on it can be seen by everyone, so basically no one will use their real name. They will use a fake name to avoid their information being exposed. As if she knew what Lu Ming saw, Man Ning explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Then what name should he give it? Along the way I have an affinity with dragons. Let's call it Dragon Emperor. But now that the divine dragon clan has been exterminated, the name Dragon Emperor is too arrogant. It will probably be targeted. Forget it, let's change it. Let's call it Bamboo Moo. Several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The name, Bamboo Moo, was purely a flash of inspiration. There was no other reason. Then Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to write the 2 words Bamboo Moo on the picture. Name successful. The scene immediately changed, and different diagrams appeared one after another. These were different areas such as the public area, the secret technique area, the divine pill area, the secret area, and so on. Let's look at the secret technique area. Lu Ming's mind moved, and then the small picture in the secret technique area rapidly enlarged and turned into another picture. Secret technique, meteor flying moon. The arrow is like a meteor piercing through the starry sky. Secret technique, phoenix burning heaven. The fire attribute secret technique can burn the starry sky. All kinds of secret techniques appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. However, each secret technique had a price behind it. If you wanted to see it, you had to buy it. And the price was shockingly high, and it was measured in monarch pills. Lu Ming looked at it briefly and was not interested. Now that he had mastered 11 kinds of secret techniques, he had no interest in cultivating other ordinary secret techniques. Chapter 3565. Miss Manning, these secret techniques need to be purchased. How do I buy them? How do I pay for them, with divine crystals or monarch pills? Lu Ming asked curiously. The dreamy heavenly palace has branches in many places. You can go to those branches to pay for some divine crystals or monarch pills, then you can spend them in the dreamy space of the dreamy divine jade. Manning said. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this was a bit like the contribution points of the sections. Many sects' identity tokens had contribution points in them, and they could be used to pay for them directly. Then Lu Ming activated his spiritual sense and entered the public area. Suddenly, messages appeared one after another. We have arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but the seal is strong. We still have 5 years before we can enter. Analysis of the weakness of the seal on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. A series of messages appeared. This is amazing, really amazing. With this dreamy divine jade, won't I be able to know the big news and events in every corner of the primitive universe in an instant? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was definitely a supreme treasure. The Heavenly Palace's methods were really shocking. The primitive universe is vast and endless, and there are countless races. It is said that some races have developed a method called technology, which is quite mysterious. I heard that the refinement of the dreamy divine jade was inspired by technology. Man Jean explained with a smile. Thank you, Miss Manning. Lu Ming cupped his fists, expressing his sincere gratitude. With the dreamy divine jade, he would soon be able to integrate into the vast universe. He would no longer be clueless and ignorant. He wanted to go back to his room immediately and study it carefully. Brother Lu, you can study it first. If you don't understand anything, ask me. By the way, let's add each other's information. This way we can communicate with each other. Man Ning said. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming understood this point. For example, the communication jade talisman had to leave messages with each other before they could communicate. The two of them added each other's information, and then Man Ning left. Lu Ming couldn't wait to go back to his room and began to study the dreamy divine jade. In this way they waited for a few months, and Lu Ming finally understood the usage of the dreamy divine jade. It was time to set off. A sacred sparrow race expert led them to a huge wormhole. This wormhole was the wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming saw a large number of young experts. There were at least 10,000 people. These youths had cultivation levels at or below the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm. They were all universe-level factions like the Sacred Fire Saber sect that needed to borrow the wormhole of the Sacred Sparrow race. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh, swoosh swoosh. This group of young people was wearing feather clothes of various colors. There were both men and women. Some of them looked cold and arrogant, while others looked calm. However, all of them had powerful auras. There were several hundred of them. Swoosh divine swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh 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 swoosh. These youths were all elites of the Sacred Sparrow race. There were actually several hundred third-level divine lords. One had to know, back then in the Taishu dynasty, there were only 2 people who reached level 1 divine lord. As for the Sacred Sparrow race, there were hundreds of third-level divine lords. How many first-level and second-level divine lords were there? And how many were third-level divine lords and above? There was no comparison at all. Any prodigy from the Sacred Sparrow race would be a top prodigy in the Taishu dynasty. It's said that some powerful races have the blood of primitive gods flowing in their veins. They have powerful talents and rich resources. With the accumulation of resources, their cultivation is naturally stronger. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The geniuses of the Sacred Sparrow tribe were certainly talented, but their resources were also astonishing. They were not something that the Taishu dynasty could compare with. It was also reasonable for them to be powerful. I heard that the Sacred Sparrow race is only ranked around 9,000 on the prehistoric 10,000 races list. Yet they are already so powerful. I wonder how many geniuses there are in the prehistoric universe. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, he became excited. The more prodigies there were, the better. Only then would it be exciting and motivating for him to constantly improve. Back then, in the primitive divine spirit world, there were many prodigies from various races in the prehistoric universe. However, there were many limitations. Only divine kings could enter. Once they broke through to the divine lord realm, they would be sent away. Moreover, only prodigies who cultivated the primitive divine body could enter. Therefore, the number of prodigies one could meet was very limited. In the vast prehistoric universe, there were countless races and forces. Thus, there were many prodigies. That was what was truly exciting. Now, follow us to the dragon race's mother planet through this wormhole. A Sacred Sparrow race prodigy said. Then the Sacred Sparrow race took the lead and flew into the wormhole, disappearing into it. Then Lu Ming and the others followed and disappeared into the wormhole. Not long after, they appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. At this point, Lu Ming's blood suddenly flowed at a faster speed. This place gives me a very strange feeling. It's very comfortable. It seems that we are not far from the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that he had a drop of primitive divine blood in his body, it was the primitive divine blood of the primitive divine dragon. It was normal for him to feel close to everything about the dragon race. This is the star sector where the dragon race's mother planet is located. The dragon race's mother planet is in the center of this star sector. Follow us, but we are only responsible for bringing you to the dragon race's mother planet. After that, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with the Sacred Sparrow race. A Sacred Sparrow race prodigy said. Everyone nodded. They naturally understood. Forces like the Sacred Fire Saber sect had bribed the Sacred Sparrow race. Therefore, the Sacred Sparrow race would bring them to the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, they would not care about what happened after that. The Sacred Sparrow race prodigy led the way and flew forward. After a few days, a huge planet appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dong dong dong. At that moment, Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. He knew that this was the dragon race's mother planet. It was huge, too huge. The dragon race's mother planet was the largest planet that Lu Ming had ever seen. It was at least 10,000 times larger than an ordinary planet with life. The huge planet floated in the distant starry sky, exuding an ancient aura. It was as if there were many primitive divine spirits sitting there. Even though it was far away, Lin Fan could feel a strong pressure. Moreover, there was only a sun around the dragon race's mother planet. There were no other planets. Along the way, Lu Ming heard about it from others. The war that killed the dragon race had been very tragic. Other than the dragon race's mother planet and a huge star beside it, all the other planets around it had been destroyed. The surroundings of the dragon race's mother planet were empty. There were no other planets, not even a single planet. There were only a lot of meteorites floating in the distance. Chapter 3566. These little birds are here too. Great. Shall we catch a few to try? At that moment, a few snickers came from another direction. Then several figures flew over. They were also young men and there were several hundred of them. They were all dressed in black robes, and their eyes were cold like venomous snakes. Glacier Python Tribe. Many of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe's sky prides had cold looks in their eyes. So it's the Glacier Python Tribe on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a section in the illusory sacred jade that recorded all kinds of information. For example, information on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board, various perilous and secret grounds, etc. This information did not require divine gems or monarch elixirs to purchase. Lu Ming had browsed through a lot during this period of time and had a good understanding of the powerful tribes on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board. The Glacier Python Tribe was ranked in the 9,000th place on the primitive 10,000 Tribes board, which was similar to the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. However, the Glacier Python Tribe and the Sacred Sparrow Tribe were sworn enemies. That was because the Glacier Python Tribe loved to devour the sacred sparrows. Throughout history, many members of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe had been devoured by the Glacier Python Tribe. At that moment, the young men from the Glacier Python Tribe were looking at the young men from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe with glowing eyes. It was as though they had seen delicious food. "You little birds are here too. Very good. Become our delicacies." Ehe. A young man from the Glacier Python Tribe sneered. His eyes were burning with passion. "You are the ones who will die." A sky pride from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe shouted. His killing intent was cold as he stepped out and was about to attack. That was because he had a relative who had been devoured by the Glacier Python Tribe. When he saw the Glacier Python Tribe, he wanted to kill it. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A young man from the Glacier Python Tribe stepped out and charged at the sky pride from the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. When the two of them collided in the void, there was a loud explosion. Boom. The starry sky shook and the two of them retreated. There was no doubt that both of them were third-level divine lords. "Little bird, I'm going to devour you." The young man of the Glacier Python clan revealed a ruthless look on his face. He let out a furious roar, and his body started to transform into a gigantic python. This giant python was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the youth of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe. The python's mouth was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The young man of the Sacred Sparrow Tribe let out a long cry. His body also transformed into a huge sacred sparrow. He flapped his wings and slashed towards the giant glacier python like a heavenly blade. The two of them fought fiercely and energy overflowed everywhere. The other members of the Holy Sparrow Tribe and the Glacier Python Tribe did not attack. They were already close to the territory of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There were probably many geniuses from large factions in the vicinity of this starry sky. If they were to start a war now, both sides would suffer great losses and they would probably be annihilated by the other races. Very strong. Lu Ming observed carefully. The Holy Sparrow Tribe and the Glacier Python Tribe lived up to their names on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. In a battle of the same level, perhaps no one in the Sacred Fire Saber sect could match him. Even the strongest Man Ning and Lu Shen could not. This was an innate talent. These races had powerful bloodlines that ordinary races could not compare to. The two sides exchanged a few hundred blows. In the end, they coughed up blood and retreated. There was no clear winner. Humph, you little birds. When we enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, we'll annihilate all of you. The young man of the Glacier Python Tribe said coldly. We don't know who will be annihilated by then. The young man of the Holy Sparrow Tribe replied forcefully. The two sides did not continue to fight. After a short standoff, the Glacier Python Tribe flew in another direction. Although the Dragon Clan's mother planet has been revived, the seal of the 10,000 dragon seals is still extremely strong. Only a few weak spots can be penetrated. Moreover, it requires a fixed period of time. We can only enter when the seal is at its weakest. Now is not the time. We still need another 5 years. Now that we have brought you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you can move about on your own. Don't follow us. A young man of the Holy Sparrow Tribe said to Lu Ming and the rest. After arriving at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Holy Sparrow Tribe naturally did not want to bring Lu Ming and the rest along. In their opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just burdens. Having said that, the people of the Holy Sparrow Tribe flew ahead. Let's go. Let's go. The sky prides of forces like the Sacred Fire Saber sect also left. Some of them flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to check out the situation. Some of them flew in other directions and found a meteorite to settle down near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. They would wait for 5 years to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming had learned a lot about the situation of the Dragon Clan's mother planet from the illusory sacred jade. Back then, The Dragon Clan's mother planet had been sealed with the 10,000 dragon seals by the last batch of elites of the Divine Dragon Clan. This seal was extremely strong. Even the top elites on the primitive 10,000 tribe board would find it difficult to enter. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been revived, the 10,000 dragon seals had begun to weaken. However, even if they had weakened, it was not that easy to enter. Now, some powerful forces had only found 18 weak spots. They were scattered in different parts of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Furthermore, these 18 weak points weren't weak all the time. After some experts had experimented with them, they had concluded that every 33 years, the seals of the weak points would be at their weakest. Only then would they be able to enter. Moreover, the strongest seal would only allow third-level divine lords to enter. If an even stronger expert tried to barge in, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Now the 18 weak spots were in the hands of 18 powerful races. Moreover, there was another interesting point. Perhaps it was because the Divine Dragon Clan had been annihilated. Therefore, the Dragon Clan that had sealed the 10,000 dragon seals were filled with resentment. They were extremely repulsed by the powerful races on the Myriad tribe board. The stronger the race, the greater the repulsion. Now, the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board could not enter at all. Even those below third-level divine lords could not enter. They could only enter when the seals were even weaker. Therefore, the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribe board had already given up after a few attempts. The elites and sky prides of these races had already left. In other words, the races that appeared in this starry sky were all races ranked below the top 100 on the primitive 10,000 tribe board. This information was obtained by Lu Ming from the illusory sacred jade. With the illusory sacred jade, many things were really a lot more convenient. Soon, only the 26 people from the sacred fire saber sect were left in this area. Should we go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to investigate first or find a place to stay? Someone asked. It's not time yet. We can't enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet at all. It's useless to investigate. Let's find a place to stay first. Man Ning said. Everyone nodded and then flew in a direction. They found a huge meteorite nearby and landed on it. Chapter 3567. Lu Xin's team also followed Lu Ming's team and landed on the meteorite. However, they did not follow them but landed on the other side of the meteorite, separated by a long distance. Although they came from Sacred Fire Saber sect, they were competitors. After landing on the meteorite, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to look at the illusory heavenly jade in his sea of consciousness. There was a lot of useful information in the public area of the illusory heavenly jade. During this period of time, the attention of the major races in the primitive universe was focused on the Divine Dragon race's mother planet. Therefore, most of the topics revolved around the Divine Dragon race's mother planet. After browsing for a while, Lu Ming learned some useful information. Those 18 weak points were now in the hands of 18 powerful races. They were strictly controlled. If one wanted to pass through the 18 weak points, one would have to pay a large amount of divine crystals or monarch pills to those races. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. In this world, strength was the absolute truth. It was the same everywhere. The dragon race's mother planet belonged to the dragon race and not other races. However, those 18 races occupied the 18 weak points. If others wanted to pass through, they would have to pay a fee. It was because they were strong. If they were weak, they would have been destroyed long ago. If they were strong, others could only listen obediently. At the same time, Lu Ming learned that these weak points only appeared once every 33 years. Last time, the major races had already sent people in, but it seemed that they suffered heavy losses. Most of them did not pass and died. Even at the weakest time, it was not easy to pass through. It was very dangerous. However, after another 33 years, some experts speculated that this time, it should be better. It was not as dangerous as the last time. It should be easier to pass through. The dragon race's mother planet actually appeared at the beginning of the world and gave birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It's really unimaginable. Lu Ming sighed. In the public area, someone spread the origin of the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming was shocked. Some powerful races had mother planets that were born at the beginning of the world and had given birth to primordial divine spirits. It was incomparably mysterious. The divine dragon race was extremely powerful. At their peak, they could be ranked in the top 5 of the universe. The dragon race's mother planet had given birth to 49 primordial divine dragons. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to look for opportunities. How many opportunities could there be in a dragon clan's mother planet that had nurtured over 49 primeval divine dragons and developed for countless years? More importantly, it had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. How many treasures would there be? Lu Ming's heart was also burning with passion. The primordial divine body that he cultivated was the primordial divine dragon body, which required him to continuously condense primordial divine blood. If he could obtain treasures related to the primordial divine dragon from the dragon clan's mother planet, it would be of great help to him. Moreover, Mid-Autumn Moon and Xian Yinqing might be on the dragon clan's home planet. He had to go there. Wait, the dragon clan's mother planet has such a strong seal. If Shao Qing is in the dragon clan's mother planet, how did she get in? Lu Ming frowned as he thought of this possibility. Even the top experts of the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking could not enter, but Xian Yinqing could? Mid-Autumn Moon had entered through the teleportation platform of a secret base of the Dragon Clan. That could be explained. But what about Xian Yinqing? However, if Xian Yinqing was not on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, why did the map in the Jade token that he had left him point to this place? Moreover, it was left behind thousands of years ago. What was the secret behind this? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He could only wait until he entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and slowly investigate. Boom. At this moment, a meteorite in the distance exploded. Then, divine light shone and illuminated the starry sky. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming, Man Ning and the rest were alarmed. They looked in that direction. They were far away, but the starry sky was vast and unobstructed. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, they could still see some of it. Many figures were fighting and killing each other. It was very tragic and people were dying constantly. In the primitive universe, there are some races and forces that are mortal enemies. Once you encounter them, a war will break out easily. For example, the Sacred Sparrow tribe and the Glacier Python tribe. Man Ning explained with a solemn expression. The others were the same. Now, in the galaxy around the Dragon Clan's mother planet, countless geniuses had gathered. If they were not careful, a war would break out. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be killed before they even entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet. That would be a waste. After fighting for a while, both sides suffered heavy losses. As if they were afraid, the war finally ended and they retreated. However, such a war was unavoidable. Not long after, a war broke out in another part of the starry sky. It was a tragic battle. Just like that, from time to time, a great war would break out in the starry sky. In less than half a year, Lu Ming and the others had stayed and watched dozens of great battles. On this day, a scream suddenly came from the meteorite where Lu Ming and the others were. This made Man Ning and the others' hair stand on end. They all stood up and formed a circle. They circulated their divine power and cautiously stared in the direction of the sound. At this moment, a few more screams were heard. They were incomparably mournful. It's from Lu Xian and the others. A young man spoke. His face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down. That direction was where Lu Xian and the others were staying. Let's go. We're leaving this meteorite. Man Ning made a prompt decision and was about to lead the others away. However, at this moment, a stream of light flew towards them rapidly. It was Lu Xian. They immediately saw that the stream of light was wrapped around Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with fear. He rushed towards Lu Ming and the others frantically and roared, "Man Ning, save me, quickly save me. Damn it, this guy wants to drag us in." Man Ning roared. Lu Xian flew towards them and roared, trying to divert the trouble. However, at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Lu Xian's body suddenly emitted a dense black light. Then, his body stiffened and rays of black light rushed out from his body. Lu Xian screamed miserably. His glabella shone, and his soul rushed out along with the black light. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Lu Xian's soul was about to be extracted. This was too strange. "Save me, Man Ning, Lu Ming, save me." Lu Xian screamed crazily. His soul struggled violently, but it was useless. The next moment, his soul completely flew out and was caught by a skinny young man in a black robe. Lu Xian's soul was extracted, and his body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. "Another good soul. Not bad, not bad." The skinny man sneered. He took out a wooden jar and put Lu Xian's soul inside. "You're from the Wu people?" Man Ning asked with a pale face. You have good taste. We're from the Wu people." A cold voice sounded. It was not the skinny young man from before. It came from another direction. Chapter 3568. A few more black-robed young men appeared in another direction. There were 4 of them in total. Together with the previous one, there were 5 of them. Their attire was very similar. They were all wearing black robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. They were all skinny as if they were just skin and bones. Black light constantly emanated from their bodies, making them look very evil. Wu people. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This was the second time he had seen the Wu people. Back in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor of the Wu people helped the barbarians to fight against the Taishu dynasty, but he was stopped by Blue Merchant with his soul power. Later on, the barbarian emperor offended the Wu people and was killed by the Wu people. The faces of Man Ning and the others were extremely ugly, and they were also extremely terrified. The sorcerer tribe was a very famous tribe in the untainted universe. It was not only because the sorcerer tribe was extremely powerful and ranked high on the list of 10,000 tribes in the untainted universe, but also because the sorcerer tribe's means were extremely strange and terrifying. The Wu people often extracted the souls of other creatures to cultivate. They were notorious for that. Of course, the people of the sorcerer tribe knew their limits. They would not offend those tribes that were stronger than them. They would only offend those tribes that were weaker than them. Therefore, for countless years, not only did the sorcerer tribe live well, they also became stronger and stronger. Obviously, Lu Xian and the others had already had their souls extracted by the Wu people. It was their turn now. Man Ning and the others felt their hearts sink. What should we do? What should we do? Someone's voice was trembling. His body was trembling non-stop, and his face was deathly pale. Let's go. A young man couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed up and tried to escape. You want to escape? How naive. One of the Wu people took out a small drum and hit it lightly. Then the young man who was trying to escape trembled and almost fell from the sky. Then the Wu people young man waved his hand and 3 puppets flew out at an astonishing speed toward the young man. I'll kill you. The young man from the sacred fire saber sect roared. His saber light soared and pierced through the starry sky. The saber light split into 3 and slashed at the 3 wooden puppets. However, when the young man from the sacred fire saber sect released his saber light, the young man from the Wu people hit the drum several times. The young man from the sacred fire saber sect shook violently. His glabella glowed and even the saber light dimmed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, this was a soul attack that could affect the soul, just like the Wu person who had appeared in the Taishu dynasty. This kind of method was somewhat similar to the people of the Jiuyo heavenly residents of the Taishu dynasty, but the degree of exquisiteness was far beyond that of the people of the Jiuyo heavenly residents. At this moment, the saber light dimmed. The 3 puppets rushed over and entered the body of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect. The young man screamed in agony. His body emitted a dense black light. Then his soul was pulled out just like Lu Xian's soul. With his soul taken out, the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect was left with only his physical body. He was dead. Man Ning and the others were even paler. The Wu people's methods were too strange. They specialized in dealing with souls. Only soul protection treasures could resist them. However, the barbarians' methods weren't limited to that. Even soul protection treasures couldn't resist the Wu people's attacks. Many people who were stronger than the Wu people were often defeated by the Wu people because their methods were impossible to defend against. Haha, you want to run away from us? How naive. The young man from the Wu people sneered. He grabbed the soul of the young man from the Holy Fire Saber sect and stuffed it into a bottle. They could use these souls to make all kinds of puppets and even higher-level substitute puppets. Therefore, souls were treasures in their eyes, especially the souls of young prodigies. This gathering of prodigies was a great opportunity for them. It was even more attractive than the dragon race's home planet. Just accept your death and you won't have to suffer. Another young prodigy from the Wu people sneered. Everyone gathered together and attacked together. Let's get out of here. Man Ning said. They had no choice but to give it their all. Although she knew that even if she gave it her all, it might not work. She could tell from the fate of Lu Xian and the others. However, they couldn't just give up. It seems that you're still unwilling to give up. You're courting death. A young man from the Wu people sneered. They could tell that Man Ning and the others wouldn't give up. 5 young men from the Wu people waved their hands. A large number of puppets appeared in the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Man Ning shouted and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Why rush? Just kill them. It was Lu Ming who spoke. Man Ning, who was about to dash out, paused. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. Kill them? She had to admit that Lu Ming was very powerful and had already broken one of the shackles of the origin source secret technique. However, the Wu people's methods were too strange. They could often defeat the stronger ones. Facing 5 young prodigies from the Wu people, She didn't think that Lu Ming could win. However, when she saw Lu Ming's confident smile, her heart could not help but calm down. Lu Ming was also unfathomable in her eyes. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the 5 young prodigies from the Wu people were stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Haha, did you hear that? This kid said he would kill us. He's just a first-level Divine Lord trash. This is the funniest joke I've heard in so many years. I've decided to take this kid's soul. I'd like to see what gave him such confidence. A young prodigy from the Wu people laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. In the primitive universe, other than the top 100 races, there were also some special races. The Wu people were not afraid of anyone. At the same level, the Wu people had an absolute advantage. Dong dong dong. At that moment, the young prodigy from the Wu people made his move. He hit the small drum in his hand and invisible sound waves rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Man Ning and the others shuddered. Lu Ming was the same. His body trembled slightly and his glabella glowed. He felt that his soul was being attacked by a powerful force. Even the frightening feather painting found it difficult to resist. The frightening feather painting had been refined by Jing Yu himself. It could withstand soul attacks. However, the soul attacks of the Wu people were too strange. They were many times more mysterious than the 9 Serenities' heavenly kings. The frightening feather painting could withstand the soul attacks of the 9 Serenities' heavenly kings' people, but it couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people. The soul attacks of the Wu people were like drills that kept spinning. They drilled through the frightening feather painting's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. In fact, although soul defense treasures were rare and precious, even a powerful faction like the Sacred Firesaber sect had some. For example, Man Ning and the others also had soul defense treasures. However, they couldn't withstand the soul attacks of the Wu people either. Chapter 3569. Haha, that's all you've got? The Wu people laughed, and at least 10 puppets rushed towards Lu Ming's group. It's over. At this moment, Man Ning and the others had the same thought. They didn't expect to die at the hands of the Wu people before they could even enter the dragon race's home planet. Soul attack. You think you're the only one with it? At this moment, Lu Ming said lightly, and then a small bell appeared above his head. Original secret technique, Bell of Evil. As soon as the Bell of Evil appeared, Lu Ming activated the power to sever the shackles. Ding-ling-ling. The Bell of Evil rang with a clear sound, but it was full of evil power. The key was that the young Wu people's soul attack was directly defeated by the Bell of Evil. Not only that, the Bell of Evil counterattacked, and the soul attack swept towards the young Wu people like a tide. The young Wu people's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but step back and spit out a mouthful of blood. His attack was defeated by Lu Ming and he suffered a backlash. His soul was injured. Man Ning and the others felt their souls lighten, and they were no longer attacked. You also have a soul attack? It's an original secret technique. Damn, it severed the shackles. A few young men from the sorcerer tribe cried out in shock. Let's kill him together. The sorcerer tribe elites took out all kinds of weapons to attack the soul. There were bells, flutes, gyukins, etc. Clang. Whoa. All kinds of sounds rang out, and the soul attack rushed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Ming kept activating the Bell of Evil. The power of a shackle severed was amazing, and it directly defeated the soul attack of the 5 young Wu people. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the Wind Destroyer boots, the Voidbreaker sword, and the Overlord spear appeared one after another. Whoosh. The Voidbreaker sword was the fastest, and it directly broke through the void and attacked the young Wu people. The Wu people youth didn't even have time to resist before his head was cut off. But in the next moment, the body of the Wu people youth exploded and turned into a scarecrow. His body appeared in another direction, his face deathly pale. Scarecrow substitutes. The Wu people are indeed amazing. Lu Ming frowned. At the same time, he charged toward the Wu people youth with the Tyrant God spear in his hand. Let's attack together. At this moment, Man Ning finally reacted to the situation. She shouted and her blade flashed. She charged towards the sorcerer tribe youth and slashed a puppet in half. At the same time, the other 10 youths also attacked. The sky was filled with saber lights. Lu Ming used the wicked bell to block the soul attack of the Wu people youth. Without the soul attack, Man Ning and the others could finally use their full strength. More than a dozen puppets were blocked by Man Ning and the others. Lu Ming dashed past them. The overbearing deity spear was small and he defeated 3 puppets consecutively. The overbearing deity spear vibrated and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth, shrouding the 5 youths from the wizard tribe. Damn it! Kill him. The 5 young men from the sorcerer tribe shouted and waved their hands continuously. More wooden puppets flew out. Ding, ding, ding. The wicked bell kept ringing. The puppets shook violently, and wisps of black mist came out of their bodies. They even let out shrill screams. These puppets were made with souls. Now that they were attacked by the wicked bell, they were about to collapse. Lu Ming rushed over and destroyed more than a dozen puppets in an instant. Wizard God descends. The 5 Wu people youth shouted at the same time. Their skinny bodies swelled up and turned into monsters dozens of meters tall. The monsters wore bronze armor and held bronze swords. This was their origin secret art. The 5 of them had the same origin secret art. The 5 of them used their origin secret arts and attacked Lu Ming together. Gate of Domination. Lu Ming waved his hands and the Gate of Domination appeared. It expanded to 10,000 feet in size. There was a pitch-black vortex on it that kept spinning. A terrifying suction force erupted and locked the 5 members of the sorcerer tribe in place. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and waved the tyrant god's spear, cutting off a shackle. Boom, boom. Even if the 5 Wu people youth worked together, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. 2 of the Wu people youth were forced to retreat, while the other 3 suffered the brunt of the attack and their bodies exploded. During the process of the explosion, the area constantly distorted, and traces of the scarecrow appeared. They wanted to use scarecrows to escape, but this time the area was suppressed by the Gate of Domination. The terrifying suction force had completely locked down the area. Wisps of black light appeared and let out terrified screams. No. Damn it, impossible. After several terrified screams, the 3 Wu people youth were completely annihilated and died on the spot. The scarecrows also have their limits. As long as this area is sealed, you won't be able to replace them. Lu Ming laughed inwardly. This made sense. Otherwise, no matter how he killed them, the Wu people could use scarecrows to replace them. That would be too heaven-defying. Wouldn't it be impossible to kill them? You dare to kill our Wu people? You're courting death. Run. The remaining 2 young sorcerer tribesmen screamed in fear and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to Lu Ming's? With the wind-extinguishing boots, he caught up to the 2 Wu people youth in a flash. Spare us. The 2 Wu people youth screamed miserably and begged Lu Ming for mercy. When they killed others and extracted their souls, they only felt exhilarated, incomparably exhilarated. They had never thought about how they would feel when they were killed. Now that they finally encountered it, they only felt fear. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming would not leave them behind. The Gate of Domination suppressed them and the Overlord Divine Spear swept across. The remaining 2 youths from the sorcerer tribe exploded and died completely. With a wave of his hand, he took the storage rings of the 5 Wu people youth. Amazing! Man Ning and the others looked at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. They had thought that Lu Ming was very powerful, but now they realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. What did they see? 5 secret techniques of origin. Lu Ming had already cast 5 types of origin secret skills, and 2 of them had already severed the shackles. Was he still human? A monster. More importantly, was this Lu Ming's limit? Was Lu Ming still hiding his strength? The more they looked at Lu Ming, the more they felt that Lu Ming was like a bottomless abyss as deep as the sea. Man Ning's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. She knew that she had made the right bet. She had given Lu Ming a piece of dreamy divine jade in order to befriend Lu Ming. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. Chapter 3570. Let's leave this place before the Wu people come again, Lu Ming said. The Wu people were ranked very high even in the wilderness 10,000 races. There would be more than 5 prodigies here. The Sacred Sparrow tribe had a few hundred prodigies. The Wu people were much stronger than the Sacred Sparrow tribe. Their numbers would be even more shocking. If they came in a swarm, Lu Ming would be afraid. Besides, who knew if the Wu people had such terrifying prodigies? If a few monstrous prodigies came, and their cultivation was a few levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming was not confident. Alright, let's leave quickly. I think we should find a bigger meteorite with more people on it. That way the Wu people will be more cautious and won't dare to act recklessly. Man Ning nodded. Immediately the group of 12 left to search for bigger meteorites. The area around the dragon race's mother planet was empty. There were no other planets. Far away, there were countless meteorites that formed a circle around the dragon race's mother planet. Everyone guessed that these meteorites were probably planets near the dragon clan's mother planet in the past. Back then, those planets had been destroyed, resulting in the formation of meteorites. Soon, Lu Ming and the others found a huge meteorite that looked like a small planet. There were many people gathered on it. They separated in waves. Obviously, they came from different factions. Some had dozens while others had hundreds. Lu Ming and the others landed. Some people glanced at Lu Ming and the others but did not care. There were only 12 of them, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Lu Ming and the others found an empty space and sat down cross-legged. They waited quietly. Lu Ming did not relax. He diverted part of his attention to observe the outside world while comprehending the origin divine power factor. Now that his sovereign divine power had awakened 5 times, Lu Ming naturally wanted to awaken his other divine powers as well. One of the benefits of controlling multiple types of God power was that once one type of God power was awakened, such as the 5th awakening of the Sovereign Lord's God power, the other types of God power could be used as a reference. That way, the path of cultivation would be much easier than the first 5 awakenings. Once he awakened 2, 3, or even 5 times and gained more experience, it would be easier for him to cultivate the higher levels of godly power. Although a few years was not a long time, Lu Ming would seize every moment to cultivate. After that, there were no more accidents. Time flew by quickly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the 10,000 dragon seals on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to weaken. Everyone moved and gathered towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Let's go too. Manning arrived. They followed the group of people on the meteorite and flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But not long after they flew out, they were blocked. At least 1,000 people had sealed off the area. The Winged Clan. Many people's expressions changed. There was no doubt that the Winged Clan was a powerful clan in the primitive universe. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. This was a top-notch clan and was much stronger than the Sacred Sparrow clan. The Winged Clan had branches in various parts of the universe. Lu Ming had encountered many branches of the Winged Clan before. Even the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents of the Taishu dynasty had branches of the Winged Clan. However, the Winged Clan in front of him was obviously not a branch but the main clan of the Winged Clan. You are going to a weak spot on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Come with us. One of the Winged Clan's prodigies said. Everyone looked at each other, but they did not dare to disobey the Winged Clan. They were ranked 130 on the primitive 10,000 races list. Now, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was rejecting the top 100 clans. The top 100 clans did not come, but the top 130 clans were definitely undefeatable. How would an ordinary universe-level force like the Sacred Firesaber sect dare to say no? Everyone followed the Winged Clan and flew towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The closer they got to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the more they felt the vastness of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When they were 100 million miles away from the Dragon Clan's mother planet, they stopped. This was because they were almost within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. If they were to go any further, they would be bombarded by the 10,000 dragon seals. Looking at the Dragon Clan's mother planet from here, it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and the scenery on the planet could not be seen clearly. This fog was the 10,000 dragon seals. They flew in a direction. This doesn't seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. At this moment, someone spoke. Some people had already studied the specific locations of the 18 weak spots, but the place they were going to did not seem to be any of the 18 weak spots. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. That's right, this is not any of the 18 weak spots. Some time ago, our Winged Clan discovered a new weak spot. It can be said to be the 19th weak spot. A Winged Clan prodigy said. A new weak spot? Many people whispered. That's right, a new weak spot. A Winged Clan prodigy nodded and said with a smile, now the other 18 weak spots are probably crowded with people. You'll have to queue for a long time if you want to go in. Moreover, if you want to go in, you'll have to pay a large number of divine crystals or monarch pills. However, this new weak spot was discovered by our Winged Clan, and it's under our control. If you want to go in, we won't charge a single cent. We won't charge a single cent. Many people's eyes lit up. They didn't charge a single cent, and the number of people was small, so they didn't have to queue. This couldn't be better. However, some people's eyes were filled with doubt and worry. If they didn't charge a single cent, would the Winged Clan be so kind? And they even specially brought them over? They had a bad premonition in their hearts. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there was an incomparably huge vortex. Like a funnel, it poured down towards the bottom of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. It's really a weak spot. Many people's eyes lit up again. Some people had seen other weak spots before and they were indeed like vortexes. This was caused by the weakening of the 10,000 dragon seals. Now that the 10,000 dragon seals are at their weakest, it's the best time to enter the dragon clan's mother planet. Alright, you guys can go in. A winged clan prodigy said. Everyone couldn't wait to fly toward the vortex. However, some people stopped, including Lu Ming. They didn't move. Wait a minute, let's see what's going on first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the others. Man Ning and the others' eyes flickered a few times before they nodded and didn't move. You're only letting us in but you're not going in yourselves? Someone asked and looked at the winged clan. That was because none of the winged clan's prodigies moved. Instead they landed outside the vortex and watched from afar. That made people curious. They didn't move but they let others move. That was abnormal. You guys go in first. We'll naturally go in later. A winged clan prodigy said. Chapter 3571. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the winged men. They had a bad premonition. Even those who were in a hurry to go in stopped. They were not stupid. If they could not see that something was wrong, how could they be called geniuses? The winged men had asked them to enter first but they did not. Something was obviously wrong. I have friends who are looking for me at another weak point. I'll enter from another weak point. Me too. I remember now. I have something to do. I have to leave for a while. Immediately, many people began to find excuses to leave. However, the winged men had already sealed off the area, blocking their way. A powerful aura filled the air. What are you trying to do? Someone's expression changed and asked. Now, everyone knew that there was something wrong with this matter. Those who did not realize that there was something wrong would be fools. If we ask you to go in, you go in. Don't you understand? A winged man's genius shouted coldly, his tone domineering. I don't believe that you'll be so kind as to let us in. This is not a weak point at all, right? Someone shouted. This is a weak point. One of the sky prides from the winged men race said, since you want to know, I will tell you. This is indeed a newly discovered weak point. However, no one has entered it before. You are the first batch. This is your fortune. What? No one has gone in before? Are you asking us to test it? Someone shouted angrily. Obviously, they were being used as guinea pigs by the winged men to pave the way. 10,000 dragon seals were extraordinary and terrifying. Such a weak point that had not been tested was definitely dangerous and full of unknowns. The winged men did not dare to test it themselves but they brought them here to test it. It was obvious that they were sending them to their deaths. You're sending us to our deaths. Someone shouted. Don't make it sound unpleasant. Sending you to your deaths? What if this weak point can be passed easily? Wouldn't it save you a lot of money? You have to think positively. A winged man's genius sneered. Think positively. Why don't you go in yourselves? Someone shouted. Nonsense. How can trash like you be compared to the geniuses of the winged men clan? Today, even if you don't want it, you have to go in. Finally, someone from the winged men clan lost his patience and shouted coldly. How domineering. We won't go in. Everyone, we have more people. Let's join forces and charge out together. They won't be able to stop us. Someone shouted. There were over 1,000 winged men here, but there were over 2,000 people here. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to charge out. No matter how high the winged men's talent was, those who came here, the highest cultivation was just a third-level divine lord. They were also third-level divine lords. Even if there was a disparity, it would also not be very obvious. Boom boom, everyone was moved. Powerful auras erupted as they were about to rush outside. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd. He naturally wouldn't stand out. After all, his cultivation was still low, only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm. He could deal with ordinary third-level Divine Lord realm geniuses, but who knew if there were any terrifying monstrous geniuses in the winged men race? Now, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted. You're courting death. The winged men's sky pride's face turned cold. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, some winged men's sky prides moved. With a flash, they turned into streaks of light and charged forward at an astonishing speed. In the next moment there were a few screams. In an instant, dozens of people were killed on the spot. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The winged men's sky prides who attacked and those who were killed were also third-level divine lords. However, those people didn't have the strength to fight back against the winged men's sky prides. They were almost killed in an instant. In a battle of the same level, they were almost killed in an instant. The strength of the winged men's sky prides far surpassed the others. Charge, charge together. Someone shouted. Among these people, There were also extremely powerful sky prides who blocked the winged men's sky prides. For example, there was a 5-meter-tall sky pride who was covered in rock armor. He was very powerful and was locked in a fierce battle with a winged men's sky pride. The higher the race ranking, the stronger the talent and combat strength. However, other races would also give birth to some terrifying monstrous geniuses. These monstrous geniuses might not lose to the races with powerful talents. This youth in rock armor was one such example. He roared and charged outside. Charge! The others took the opportunity to gather and charged outside, wanting to break out of the encirclement of the winged men. However, at this moment, a few divine lights shone out from the winged men's sky prides. They were extremely dazzling and terrifying. As the divine lights swept past, a large number of sky prides exploded, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just an instant, at least 100 sky prides had died. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he gasped. Fortunately, he and Man Ning were at the back and weren't hit by the divine lights. Otherwise they would have died too. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it was a Boundary Emperor who attacked just now, and there was more than one of them. Boundary Emperor, it's a Boundary Emperor. The winged men have violated the rules. Someone shouted in shock. There were terrifying experts guarding the starry sky near the dragon race's mother planet. These experts were from the top 10 sect masters. These experts had long set the rules that those who came here had to meet the conditions to enter the dragon race's mother planet. Now, only those who were third-level divine lords and below could enter. Therefore, those who came here could only be third-level divine lords. Therefore, no matter if it was the Sacred Fire Saber sect or the Sacred Sparrow race, the strongest experts who came here were third-level divine lords. It was the same for the other races and forces. Almost all of them had sent their young sky prides. But now, a Boundary Emperor had appeared among the winged men, which was obviously against the rules. How dare you violate the rules set by the experts of the top 10 races? I'm going to report you. That's right. The winged men will be severely punished. Many people shouted. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Some despicable races don't even have brains. Do you think that the experts of the top 10 races wouldn't know that a Boundary Emperor of the winged men has come here? The sky prides of the winged men sneered. What? The scene fell silent and many people's faces turned ugly. Indeed, the experts of the top 10 races were extremely powerful. How could they not know that a Boundary Emperor had entered this area? There was only one possibility, which was that those experts had acquiesced. I heard that the winged men and the angel race of the top 10 races have a close relationship. They might even be of the same origin. Is it true? Someone said with an ugly face and a hoarse voice. Chapter 3572. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts also sank. Many of them had heard of this rumor before. It was said that the winged men and the angels were originally from the same origin, but they eventually split. The angels were extremely powerful and ranked in the top 10 of the primitive 10,000 races. They were the true overlords of the primitive universe. What was even more terrifying was that there was a rumor that the angels had an unusual relationship with the heavenly palace. If that was the case, the angels were even more terrifying. The winged men had the angels as their backing. The top 10 races might have already known that they had secretly sent some quasi-emperors in, but they turned a blind eye to it out of respect for the angels. This was very likely. I'll say it one last time. Go and scout the way or you'll all die. A winged men prodigy shouted coldly. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Although they were all prodigies and most of them had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, they were still too weak compared to quasi-emperors. No matter how many of them went, it was useless. They would all be killed. Moreover, there were so many winged men prodigies. Damn it. Many of them roared in their hearts, but they had no choice but to compromise. They could only scout the way for the winged men. They might be able to survive if they went to the weak spot, but they would definitely die if they fought a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's expression was also very gloomy. A quasi-emperor was not someone he could fight. The difference was too great. They could kill him with a flick of a finger. Of course, he still had a trump card, which was the purple copper coffin. He did not know what was inside the purple copper coffin, but it was extremely terrifying. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he felt more and more terrifying inside the purple copper coffin. Even divine lords and quasi-emperors could not compare to it. If he opened the purple copper coffin at all costs, Lu Ming might be able to annihilate everyone here. However, he might also lose his life. Even if he did not die, he would probably be captured or killed. Don't forget that this starry sky had already been sealed off by the top 10 races. Although he couldn't see those experts, he was sure that they were there. Moreover, the purple copper coffin was mysterious and very important. It was definitely related to the primordial divine spirit. If he took it out and those top experts found it, they would most likely kill him and take it away. Therefore, taking out the purple copper coffin here was equivalent to courting death. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming could only choose to attack the weakest point and fight for a chance of survival. Boom. A powerful quasi-emperor aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. I'll give you 3 more breaths of time. If you don't move, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice sounded. It was the quasi-emperor of the winged men. Go. Many people roared unwillingly, then turned around and rushed toward the weak points. Of course, everyone was very careful. They circulated their divine power and set up layers of defenses around themselves as they slowly flew down. The weak point was like a funnel, causing the smoke to swirl non-stop. Moreover, the range was very large. Lu Ming and the other 2,000 people could fly side by side without any problem. Slowly they approached the funnel. There was no problem. Then many people gathered their courage and flew down. Brr. A dragon's roar resounded. Suddenly, a huge divine dragon rushed out from the smoke. This was a 6-clawed divine dragon. It was 1,000 meters long and was completely black. It rushed toward a young man and tore down with its dragon claws. Its power was terrifying. Although the young man was prepared, it was useless. Under the dragon claws, his defenses collapsed and his body exploded in the air. Be careful, it's the 10,000 dragon seals. Someone shouted. This divine dragon was not a real divine dragon. It was formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. The 10,000 dragon seals were actually a kind of formation. Brr, brr. Following the appearance of the divine dragon, dragon's roar continued to resound. One divine dragon after another appeared. These divine dragons were all formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. There were 6-clawed divine dragons and 7-clawed divine dragons. Every one of them was lifelike. The dragon's roar shook the sky as they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Screams sounded. Suddenly, more than a dozen people were killed by the divine dragons and torn apart in the void. These divine dragons were very powerful. Even a 3rd-level divine lord would find it difficult to fight against them. Damn it, there's something wrong with this weak point. It's about the same as 33 years ago. Didn't they say that after 33 years, the power of the weak point has decreased? Let's join forces. Many people roared and then joined forces to attack. 7 to 8 people joined forces to fight a divine dragon. Then they rushed down with all their might. There was also a divine dragon that charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Be careful. Man Ning shouted and gathered with the others from the sacred fire saber sect. They slashed out dazzling saber lights. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on a fiery red 6-clawed divine dragon and blocked the divine dragon's attack. Brr. The fiery red divine dragon roared and its dragon claws tore through the air. The 6 dragon claws stepped toward Lu Ming and the others, bringing with them a violent force. Lu Ming activated the battle character art and increased his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated his divine power with all his might. At the same time, the tyrant god's spear condensed and shot out. The spear light collided with a dragon claw and exploded with a violent bang. Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated slightly. What a powerful strength. Lu Ming frowned. The power of these condensed divine dragons was very strong. Ordinary 3rd-level divine lord geniuses really found it hard to contend with them, unless it was those monstrous geniuses. I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning and the rest. Then an astonishing aura erupted from the tyrant god's spear. At the same time, the wind-extinguishing boots condensed and fused with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming directly rushed over. The tyrant god's spear pressed down horizontally. As long as 1,000 meters, it continuously resisted the dragon claws of the 6-clawed divine dragon. After 6 consecutive moves, it was hard to determine the victor. While Man Ning and the rest attacked from the side. More than a dozen saber lights slashed on the divine dragon's body, leaving behind more than a dozen long saber wounds, making the divine dragon roar continuously. Effective. The eyes of Man Ning and the rest lit up, speeding up their attacks. With Lu Ming blocking the divine dragon's attacks, they could unleash their power to their heart's content. That 1st-level divine lord kid is very strong. Lu Ming's performance also attracted the attention of some people from the winged men race. Many people looked at Lu Ming. A 1st-level divine lord has such strength. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that some small races and factions would also have such monstrous geniuses. Should we take him down and force him to reveal his secrets? The winged men race's geniuses discussed. No need. It's not like our winged men race doesn't have such strength. Let's scout the way first. Some winged men race's geniuses shook their heads. Lu Ming didn't know that his performance had already attracted the attention of the winged men race. Under his main attack, the divine dragon retreated step by step. The injuries on its body increased, and in the end, Lu Ming's spear swept across its head. Its body directly exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. Chapter 3573. The other divine dragons were also defeated one after another under the joint attack of 7 to 10 people. Among them, there were also some extremely powerful heavens chosen. Their combat strength was much stronger than Man Ning's. They were likely able to jump realms and kill 4th-level divine lord existences. With so many people joining forces, defeating the divine dragon was nothing difficult. Soon, the divine dragons that were just formed were all killed. Lu Ming and the rest lost a few dozen people, which was not too many. The remaining people were divided into different small teams, gathered together and slowly flew down. At this moment, another dragon roar reverberated through the sky. This dragon roar was even more terrifying than the previous dragon roar. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out and shrouded everyone. Is this the dragon's aura? Someone exclaimed. Their faces were ugly because this dragon's aura was too strong. It was like planets were pressing on their bodies and even their souls. They needed to circulate more than half of their strength to resist this dragon's aura. What a strong dragon's aura! Lu Ming frowned. Under the suppression of this dragon's aura, his divine power was extremely difficult to circulate. It was several times more difficult than before. His cultivation was directly suppressed from 1st-level divine lord to below divine lord. At this moment, dragon roars sounded and divine dragons appeared one after another. They were similar to the divine dragons just now, but there were more of them, reaching a shocking several hundred. Not good. This time not only Lu Ming but the rest's faces also changed drastically. Now their strength was suppressed by the dragon's aura and so many divine dragons appeared. How were they going to fight? The moment the several hundred divine dragons appeared, they pounced on the group. Screams sounded. Many people were directly torn apart by the divine dragons. Even if more than 10 people joined forces, it was useless because they were suppressed too badly. If a 4th-level divine lord or above or a divine emperor came in, they would be crushed to death. 2 divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. It's over. Man Ning and the rest's faces changed drastically. Can my primordial divine blood withstand this dragon's aura? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine blood. With a thought, Lu Ming activated a portion of the primordial god blood's power. Immediately, a layer of red light appeared on his body, and that dragon might was neutralized. It really worked. Lu Ming was delighted. The tyrant god's spear swung out, transforming into 2 spear lights that swept towards the 2 divine dragons. After 2 rumbling sounds, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 2 divine dragons. He blocked it. Man Ning and the rest were overjoyed. However, while Lu Ming and the others managed to block it, the others were not so lucky. Hundreds of divine dragons pounced, and in an instant hundreds of people were killed. The remaining people were scared out of their wits as they frantically retreated. Retreat. Lu Ming, Man Ning and the others also retreated with the crowd. However, those mystical dragons roared and crazily pounced on them. These divine dragons were formed by the formation. They did not have any intelligence and did not fear death. They only knew how to hunt down the invaders. Thus, people continued to die. After a few breaths, another few hundred people had died. Originally, there were about 2,000 people, but now there were only about 700 to 800 people left. These were all geniuses from various powerful forces. Any one of them would have been able to suppress everyone in the Taishu Holy Court and become a top expert of the younger generation. However, in a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 of them had fallen. Lu Ming deeply felt the cruelty of the primitive universe. In small places the competition was cruel. In big places the competition was even crueler. Run. Many people shouted and frantically retreated. Go back. Go back and explore the way. The winged men's geniuses had completely blocked their retreat. At this moment, thousands of winged men's geniuses attacked together, and the rolling waves of attacks surged towards Lu Ming and the others. Many people were directly killed. You guys are so despicable. Damn it. Winged men, you will die a horrible death. Many people shouted. However, it was useless. The winged men's geniuses continued to attack, and the terrifying attacks suppressed them. There were even quasi-emperors who attacked. With a flash of divine light, more than 10 people were killed. As long as the quasi-emperors did not get within the range of the 10,000 dragon seals, they would be fine. With the winged men's geniuses blocking the way behind and the divine dragons in front, they were in a desperate situation. In the end, many people could only rush towards the weak points, hoping to break out of the encirclement and kill their way out. They gathered together and attacked crazily. They really defeated a few divine dragons and rushed down. Lu Ming, Man Ning, and the others could only turn around and kill their way down. However, there were too many divine dragons. Lu Ming could not protect everyone. After a while, 5 of the sacred fire saber sect's geniuses were killed, and only 6 of them were left. Everyone fought with their lives and paid the price of 500 to 600 people. The remaining 200 people finally broke through the encirclement and reached the bottom. They were about to reach the bottom of the funnel. As long as they rushed down from the bottom of the funnel, they might be able to enter the dragon race's mother planet. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying dragon roar sounded. Then huge divine dragons appeared. These divine dragons had 9 dragon claws on their abdomens. 9-clawed dragon. There were more than 100 9-clawed dragons. Although these mystical dragons were all fake and had been formed by the formation, the 9-clawed mystical dragons that had been formed were still much stronger than the other mystical dragons. We're finished. We're dead. Many people cried out loudly, their faces full of despair. There were other divine dragons behind them. In front there was a 9-clawed dragon. They would not survive. This weak point was not that weak. It was too dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the other 18 weak points 33 years ago. 33 years ago, although the other 18 weak points were also very dangerous, some people had passed through them and expressed their views in the illusory sacred jade. They were not that dangerous. It was impossible to break through this place. No one could break through. It was a dead end. The 9-clawed divine spirits roared. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, and the geniuses screamed as their bodies were torn apart and crushed. Lu Ming and the others were also attacked by more than 10 9-clawed dragons. Retreat. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Man Ning and retreated quickly. Now he could only take care of Man Ning. He could not care about the others from the sacred fire saber sect. Man Ning had given him the illusory sacred jade. He would remember this kindness. In the process of retreating, Lu Ming waved his hand and controlled the gate of domination. He repelled a few divine dragons behind him and avoided the attacks of the 9-clawed dragon in front. However, the others were not so lucky. They were attacked from the front and back and were killed one after another. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Man Ning were left. The others were all dead. Lu Ming and Man Ning naturally attracted the attention of all the divine dragons. The remaining divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Their auras were extremely violent. It was as though Lu Ming and Man Ning would be torn apart in the next moment. Chapter 3574. More than a few hundred divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Under the terrifying dragon aura, they were like 2 small ants that would be torn apart in an instant. At this moment, an even more majestic dragon roar was heard. Lu Ming activated all of his primordial divine blood. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a huge primordial divine dragon. After turning into a primordial divine dragon, the surrounding dragon aura did not affect him at all. Moreover, his body exuded an even more ancient and purer dragon aura. Under the pressure of this dragon aura, the divine dragons formed by the 10,000 dragon seals seemed to be greatly suppressed and their strength weakened. Lu Ming stomped his dragon claw and instantly, 7 to 8 divine dragons exploded. Then, the divine dragons surrounded him and more than a dozen divine dragons exploded. Man Ning was extremely shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to turn into a primordial divine dragon. That's a primordial divine dragon. He's a dragon? No, he's a human. That's the primordial divine body. This kid has already cultivated the primordial divine body to the primordial divine blood level. Many winged men roared. He can turn into a primordial divine dragon. If we bring him to the dragon race's mother planet, will we be able to get more opportunities before others? Maybe it will really be useful? The eyes of many sky prides of the human winged tribe lit up. This was especially so for some of the demonic geniuses. The dragon race's mother planet was vast. During its heyday there were many different kinds of dragon race guarding various places. Although they were later destroyed, there must be many ruins left behind. These ruins might be dangerous, but if they brought someone who had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, it would definitely be of great help. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming was on a killing spree, tearing apart the divine dragons one by one. Regardless of whether they had 6 claws, 7 claws, or even 9 claws, they were not real divine dragons. They were just formed by the array. They were no match for Lu Ming and were killed by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, there were not many divine dragons left. Kid, come out quickly. You don't have to continue exploring. At this moment, the winged men's prodigy shouted. Ehe. Lu Ming replied coldly as he tore apart the last 9-clawed dragon. He floated there with no intention of retreating. Brat, did you hear what I said? Back off, we don't need you to scout the way anymore. Another winged men prodigy roared. Idiots, a bunch of birdmen. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? How dare you? Some of the sky prides of the winged men clan roared. Lu Ming actually dared to talk about them like that. Their winged men race was ranked 130 on the Great Desolate 10,000 races list. They were high and mighty, a peak race with a noble status. Lu Ming actually dared to use such a disdainful tone to speak to them. He was courting death. This time, Lu Ming ignored them and looked at the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he could rush into the Dragon Clan's home planet if he took another step. However, for some reason Lu Ming still felt a sense of danger. There was also danger. It wasn't that simple. However, Lu Ming still decided to give it a try. It was impossible for him to back off. Here, he still had an advantage when he transformed into the primordial divine dragon. However, if he retreated, he wouldn't be able to resist a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming ignored the winged men and slowly approached the funnel. This attitude made the winged men furious. You're courting death. Go and take this guy down. Suddenly, dozens of winged men prodigies rushed toward Lu Ming. The divine dragon just now had been torn apart by Lu Ming. Therefore, no new divine dragon was formed. The winged men prodigies quickly approached Lu Ming. However, the dragon's might was still there. When these winged men prodigies approached Lu Ming's area, they were suppressed by the dragon's might. Their bodies trembled violently, and their strength rapidly declined. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He suddenly turned around and charged toward the winged men. 9 dragon claws continuously tore at them. How dare you! A winged men prodigy roared. Then he was torn apart by the dragon claws and died on the spot. Following that, the other dragon claws also tore at him. The winged men prodigies screamed as their bodies exploded. In just a few seconds, dozens of winged men prodigies were all killed by Lu Ming. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming kept their storage rings. Although these winged men prodigies were very strong, they were suppressed by the 10,000 dragon seals. They were far from being Lu Ming's match and were easily killed by Lu Ming. How dare you! The remaining winged men were stunned. Then someone roared furiously. His body was filled with cold killing intent. Someone actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies? Was he courting death? Even the races that were stronger than them wouldn't dare to kill their winged men prodigies easily. This was because the winged men had the backing of the angels, one of the top 10 races. Offending them was very likely to offend the angels. Any race would have to think twice before offending them. However, Lu Ming, a first-level divine lord trash, actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies. Moreover, he killed dozens of them. A bunch of mixed birds. I'll kill every single one of you that comes. Do you dare to come? Lu Ming said coldly. His face was filled with disdain. These winged men prodigies were domineering. If they asked him to speak, he would kill them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Moreover, he came from the distant Taishu dynasty. No one knew his background. Right now he was all alone. What did he not dare to do? It didn't matter if you were from the winged men race or the angels race. If you offended him, he would kill you. You. Many winged men's expressions turned ugly. However, no one dared to step forward. Those dozens of people had been killed in an instant. A bunch of mixed birds. You don't dare, right? Lu Ming sneered. Since he had killed dozens of people, killing a few more people was the same. Lu Ming wanted to provoke more winged men prodigies to come in and kill a few more people. As expected, these proud winged men prodigies couldn't take it anymore. They roared, and their killing intent turned into a raging fire that was about to burn. I'll kill him. Who's with me? A winged men prodigy stepped forward. This person's feathers were golden as if they were cast from gold. He was full of majesty. It's Yu Bo. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Yu Bo was a famous prodigy in the winged men race. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, he was already famous in the winged men race. He was known to be invincible among his peers. In the winged men race, those who could fight against Yu Bo at the same level could be counted on one hand. Alright, I'll go with you, Bo. Me too. More than a dozen winged men prodigies stepped forward. They knew that the weak area was suppressed by the dragon's might. Lu Ming had transformed into the primordial divine dragon and wouldn't be suppressed. If they went in, they would be greatly suppressed. Chapter 3575. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only level 1 Divine Lord after all, while Yu Bo's cultivation was level 3 Divine Lord. Furthermore, his combat power was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he could also kill Lu Ming. They believed in this. Moreover, there were still other winged men clan Heaven's Prides helping out. Swoosh. Yu Bo and the rest flew over towards Lu Ming's side. Man Ning, hide in my scale. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning. A huge scale opened up. Many thanks. Man Ning gave her thanks. She knew that if not for Lu Ming, she would definitely have died here already. Figure moving, Man Ning entered one of Lu Ming's scales. Lu Ming's current size was several million meters long. When Man Ning entered a piece of scale, she was like a speck of dust, not affected at all. At this moment, Yu Bo and the rest already entered the range of the weak point. Their figures trembled, their faces changing. Because they felt a powerful suppression. Yu Bo's level 3 Divine Lord cultivation was even suppressed to the level of level 2 Divine Lord here, about the same as just breaking through to level 2 Divine Lord. Level 2 Divine Lord, more than enough to kill that kid. Thick killing intent flashed past Yu Bo's eyes. His combat power was extremely powerful. In the Winged Men clan, in a battle of the same level, not many could match him. And now, his cultivation was even higher than Lu Ming's. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Kid, die for me. Yu Bo gave a cold shout, his body suffused with a resplendent golden light, turning into a wisp of blade edge, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, a long spear appeared in one of Lu Ming's dragon claws. It was the Overlord God Spear. The Overlord God Spear was incomparably huge. With a sweep, it directly destroyed this wisp of blade edge. Kill? Yu Bo bellowed, charging towards Lu Ming. A pair of golden wings emitted a resplendent brilliance, turning into two huge battle blades. They were golden in color, up to 1,000,000 meters long, slashing towards Lu Ming, wanting to cut Lu Ming into two. Go! Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Overlord God Spear flew out, colliding with the opponent's blade light, setting off a violent storm and energy overflowing. Next, Lu Ming stepped into the air. His 9 dragon claws tore through the void and charged toward Yu Bo. Boom boom boom. The void vibrated. Lu Ming's dragon claws slammed down, tearing the void apart. Especially the hegemonic God Spear, it turned into a ray of light. Its speed was astonishing as it constantly stabbed towards Yu Bo. Primordial divine body origin. You think I don't have it? Do you think I don't know how to sever the shackles with a secret technique? Yu Bo said coldly. His body shone even brighter and a golden battle blade appeared. This battle blade was Yu Bo's secret origin technique. It exuded an ancient aura. It had also severed one of the shackles. Furthermore, Yu Bo's body was unceasingly emitting blade light, making his body look like a battle blade. A type of blade body? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Obviously, Yu Bo had also cultivated a physique secret technique. It was a type of blade body, similar to Di Jinni's primordial spirit sword body. Yu Bo burst out with his full strength, turning into a dazzling blade light, attacking Lu Ming. Dang! It collided with the Overlord God Spear, causing a shocking explosion. The Overlord God Spear was sent flying, but Yu Bo's body was also pushed back. This guy's combat power is not weak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Yu Bo had been suppressed to the early second layer of the Divine Monarch realm, but his combat power was extremely strong. He could already contend with Suemo. Lu Ming estimated that Yu Bo's combat power at the same level, even if he could not compare to Murong Chiu Shui, it was not much different. Of course, compared to Di Jinni there was still a gap. A prodigy of this level was already very shocking. But he did not know that Yu Bo was even more shocked. This is the primordial divine body that cultivated the primordial divine blood? It is indeed terrifying, but I must kill him today. Yu Bo roared in his heart, then he shouted, I will be the main attacker, you guys support me. As his voice fell, Yu Bo once again attacked Lu Ming. He became one with the blade, and even the dragon's might was slightly broken. At the same time, the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan attacked from the side. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's head. Insignificant skill. Lu Ming sneered. He circulated his divine power, and a bell floated out. It was the heavenly evil bell. Ding ling ling. The heavenly evil bell rang and invisible ripples spread out. Yu Bo and the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan were shocked, and their bodies stiffened. Their souls were attacked. Kill? Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the void-shattering sword was formed. It shattered the void and sword light flashed. It was too fast. Blood spurted out, and the Winged Men clan experts were all killed by the sword. Only Yu Bo roared at the critical moment, and his figure retreated, avoiding the killing blow. However, one of his wings was still cut off, and the feathers flew everywhere. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. You have other origin source secret techniques. Yu Bo roared and his body retreated rapidly. He did not dare to fight anymore. Lu Ming's strength was strong, and with the origin source secret techniques that attacked the soul, it was flawless. He had to retreat. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have killed you. Before leaving, Yu Bo left a ruthless sentence. It was really embarrassing to be beaten up by Lu Ming, so he wanted to save some face by leaving a ruthless sentence. However, Lu Ming would not let him leave so easily. It's too late to leave now. Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and controlled the void-shattering sword to break the void. He instantly caught up with Yu Bo and attacked him. At the same time, Lu Ming twisted his body, and his 9 claws stepped on the air. He caught up with Yu Bo at an astonishing speed, and his dragon claws continued to claw at him. At the same time, the Overlord God's spear struck down, and the Sovereign's Gate was formed. Brr. A loud roar came from the Sovereign's Gate. Combined with the strength of a 5 awakened Sovereign, its power was astonishing. Yu Bo roared and used all his strength. He slashed out a sky full of saber light, blocking the void-shattering sword and the Overlord God's spear. However, he could not block Lu Ming's dragon claws. The dragon claw stepped down and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost torn apart, and golden feathers flew everywhere. Then the Sovereign's Gate pressed down. Yu Bo used his origin source secret technique to block, but he could not block it. The golden saber trembled continuously and finally exploded. Yu Bo screamed miserably and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was seriously injured. Moreover, he could not retreat because the Sovereign's Gate was emitting a powerful suction force that attracted him. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, and a dragon claw grabbed at Yu Bo. No. Yu Bo roared, almost scared to death. Stop. If you dare to kill him, you'll definitely die without a burial place. The Winged Men's prodigies and even the quasi-emperors roared. Yu Bo was not an ordinary prodigy of the Winged Men's race, but a top prodigy. In the future, he would definitely become a powerhouse and contribute to the Winged Men's race. It would be a great loss if such a prodigy was killed. However, Lu Ming did not care. Under Yu Bo's despairing gaze, the dragon claw stepped down, and Yu Bo's body exploded. Chapter 3576. Yu Bo's body was directly crushed by Lu Ming's dragon claw. Even his soul couldn't escape. You're courting death. You're dead. Even if you have 10,000 lives, you're still dead. The Winged Men roared, especially the quasi-emperors. Their terrifying auras shook the void. Since you dare to attack me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. I don't care who you are. You're just a mixed bird from the Winged Men race. I'll kill you all the same. Lu Ming sneered, his domineering aura leaking out. You bastard, no one can save you. A quasi-emperor from the Winged Men race roared. You talk too much. If you want to kill me, come and kill me. Lu Ming sneered. The Winged Men race quietened down. No one made a move. The quasi-emperors couldn't get close. Otherwise, the 10,000 dragon seals would instantly obliterate them. The strongest among the younger generation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm. Most importantly, any 3rd level Divine Lord realm Divine Lord would be suppressed by the dragon aura. Even Yu Bo had died. The others would also suffer the same fate. You don't dare to come in, yet you're still complaining. A bunch of cowards. A mixed bird will always be a mixed bird. Lu Ming sneered. Many Winged Men race's sky prides were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Come out and fight if you dare. The Winged Men race's sky prides roared. You're at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, and I'm at the 1st level Divine Lord realm. You're a race that's ranked 130th on the 10,000 races list. You have powerful bloodlines, yet you're asking me to come out and fight? You're really shameless. Come in and fight. You're suppressed here so you can have a fair fight with me. If you don't dare to have a fair fight, then shut up. Lu Ming sneered. The Winged Men race's sky prides shut up as they couldn't speak. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Their bloodline talents were so powerful that they could easily crush smaller races at the same level as them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use their cultivation to suppress others. However, Lu Ming was too abnormal. They couldn't do anything about it. Kid, we'll let you be arrogant for now. If you have the guts, don't come out. The winged men race's Sky Pride sneered. A bunch of cowards, I can't be bothered to accompany you, Lu Ming said sarcastically. Then without stopping he slowly moved towards the weak point. During this period of time the 10,000 dragon seals were at their weakest. Each of their weak points was at their weakest. After this period of time, they would become stronger again. Lu Ming could not afford to waste time here. It was impossible for Xiaoqin to go out. The winged race quasi-emperor was guarding the place. If he went out he would only die. It was impossible for him to continue waiting. When the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger he would be finished. Even if he had the primordial divine dragon body, he was not confident. It was best to leave now. Lu Ming slowly flew to the bottom of the funnel. Nothing strange happened and no divine dragon was formed. Good chance. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed to the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he had rushed out of a thin film and arrived in a new world. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar shook the world. Then a dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void. This dragon claw was incomparably huge, covering the sky and grabbing at Lu Ming. Even the dragon's body, which was millions of meters long, looked like an earthworm under the dragon's claw. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he had not really broken through the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. There was still an attack. He twisted his body and rushed forward, wanting to rush out. However, he realized that the void was about to be locked down. It was as if cement had solidified, causing his speed to slow down to that of a turtle. The dragon claw continued to grab, locking onto Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge and he could only take it head-on. Man Ning, I'll send you out first. Lu Ming shouted. His divine power vibrated and he suddenly threw Man Ning out. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well send Man Ning away first and return the favor of her giving him the dream divine jade. From then on they would not owe each other anything. Man Ning was thrown out like a bolt of lightning. In a few breaths she flew out of the range of the dragon claw and disappeared into the horizon. Brr! Lu Ming roared. He no longer tried to escape. Instead he charged toward the dragon claw. At the same time, various origin secret techniques were formed. Void-shattering sword, heavenly demon blade, sovereign's gate. There were a total of 11 origin source secret techniques. Regardless of their function, they all rushed out at the same time and rushed towards the dragon claw. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 11 origin secret techniques collided with the dragon claw, erupting with a shocking explosion. However, in the next moment, the various origin secret techniques shook violently. Bang! The void-shattering sword was the first to explode, followed by the heavenly demon blade. One origin secret technique after another exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Nestle, how can this dragon claw be so powerful? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The power of this dragon claw was stronger than he had imagined. The 11 origin secret techniques were destroyed in just a few breaths, causing him to suffer a backlash. However, Lu Ming realized that the light of the dragon claw seemed to have dimmed a little, and its power seemed to have decreased. This meant that the 11 origin secret techniques were still useful, and they had offset a part of the dragon claw's power. However, the dragon claw still grabbed toward Lu Ming. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Come on, I'll fight you, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. 9 dragon claws continuously stepped out, using the divine dragon aspect art. In an instant, 108 9-clawed dragons were formed and pounced toward the dragon claw. Bang! Bang! The 9-clawed dragon aspect art collided with the dragon claw, and it exploded continuously. 108 9-clawed dragon aspects continued to explode, and soon all of them disappeared. In the end, Lu Ming's body collided with the dragon claw. Boom! The sky shook violently, and a violent force swept out in all directions, as if it was going to devour everything. Lu Ming's body shook violently. At this moment he felt an unimaginably terrifying force penetrating his body. Crack! He could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking, and the sound of his muscles tearing apart. The 9 dragon claws exploded instantly, followed by the dragon body. The dragon body that was millions of meters long was also collapsing and exploding continuously. In the end, Lu Ming could no longer maintain the primordial divine dragon body state, and he reverted to his human form. Fortunately, after a series of attacks, the dragon claw finally dimmed, and with a final bang, it turned into light and dissipated. However, Lu Ming's body was also falling downward like a meteorite. Off! Off! Fast, too fast. Lu Ming's body rubbed against the air, and he turned into a fireball, landing on a vast land. Am I finally here? This is the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Lu Ming muttered. However, he wanted to stop himself from falling, but he realized that the divine power in his body had dried up. Most importantly, his muscles, bones and meridians were severely damaged and he couldn't move at all. There was a large amount of divine power stored in the quantifying character art, but this divine power couldn't enter Lu Ming's body, because his meridians were too badly damaged, and they were almost shattered, so he couldn't use his divine power. Chapter 3577. It's over. My injuries are too severe. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. It was really too severe. His muscles, bones and meridians were nearly shattered. Lu Ming could not even move or stabilize his body. The ground below was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming realized that he was indeed falling toward a piece of land. In the end, there was a loud bang and he landed heavily on a barren mountain. The ground shook and gravel flew everywhere. He had created a huge pit in the ground. Oh! Lu Ming vomited blood. What a hard ground. At this moment, Lu Ming still had the mind to think about this. According to his strength, if he had smashed into an ordinary planet, he would have been able to smash through the planet and cause it to explode. But now he could only smash a hole in the ground. Lu Ming vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were blurry and he nearly fainted. I can't faint. I can't faint. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He forced himself to stay awake and did not faint. The dragon race's mother planet had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. Who knew what the situation was now? Dozens of stellar years was too long. An ordinary star only had a stellar year's lifespan. After such a long time, no one knew how the dragon race's mother planet had evolved. If a desolate beast were to come, wouldn't Lu Ming be buried in the mouth of a demonic beast? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming whispered and struggled to get up. But the moment he moved, his body felt like it was being torn apart. The key point was that he could not move. No, my injuries are too severe. All my bones, muscles and meridians have been shattered. Lu Ming sighed. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that even the star core had small cracks. The 11 star cores were filled with cracks. This was an unimaginable injury. Was this still a weak point? It was too dangerous. Lu Ming dared to bet that not many people below the third layer of the Divine Lord realm could barge in. The other 18 weak points are definitely not that dangerous. Otherwise, not many people would be able to enter. However, 33 years ago, those 18 weak points seemed to be very dangerous. Most of the people who went there died. I don't know how many people made it in. Lu Ming pondered. Don't let your imagination run wild. The most important thing right now is to heal your injuries. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then he circulated the heaven and earth myriad Tao arts to absorb the divine energy in the outside world to heal his injuries. Immediately, a large amount of divine energy in the air converged on Lu Ming and burrowed into Lu Ming's body like tiny snakes. Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes in shock. There was no other reason. The density of the divine chi here was too shocking. It was ridiculously dense, many times denser than the outside world. Zhang Xian casually drove his cultivation technique, and the concentrated divine energy slithered into his body like tiny snakes. Moreover, not only was the divine energy rich, but it was also extremely pure. It was easy to absorb, refine, and transform into one's own divine power. It is said that the Dragon Clan's mother planet was sealed for dozens of stellar years before it recovered. This is indeed worthy of the word recovery. It is indeed worthy of being the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was born from the beginning of heaven and earth. On it, 49 primeval divine dragons were born. It was an unbelievable planet and one of the top cultivation holy lands in the universe. Back then there were countless divine dragons living here. 5 claws, 6 claws, 7 claws, all the way to 9 claws. Countless divine dragons cultivated and reproduced here, scattering to various parts of the universe. Back then, the Dragon Clan relied on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to become one of the most powerful races in the primitive universe. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this planet was. However, this made Lu Ming overjoyed. The divine aura was so rich. To Lu Ming this was undoubtedly great news. It could allow him to heal his injured body quickly. Lu Ming adjusted his breathing and constantly used the universe myriad Tao technique to absorb the rich divine energy between heaven and earth. The rich divine energy seemed to have turned into a substance and constantly entered Lu Ming's body. It turned into a warm energy that flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones, healing Lu Ming's injured body. His muscles, bones, and meridians were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about 10 minutes, Lu Ming's injuries had partially healed. He tried to move and found that he could already move. Although when he moved there would still be bursts of tearing pain. Unfortunately, there were still many cracks on the star core and there was no sign of recovery. It was probably because the time was too short. Not good. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he felt that there were living beings rapidly approaching. They were surrounding him from all directions at a very fast speed. Obviously, when he fell, it attracted the living beings on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. My current state. Lu Ming frowned. His current state was too poor. His star core was full of cracks and he couldn't even use a trace of divine energy. I need to recover as soon as possible. Lu Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He continued to use the Universe Myriad Dao technique to heal his injured body. The more he recovered, the better. The more he recovered, the more hope there would be. The sound of breaking wind rang out, and after a dozen breaths, over a dozen figures appeared around the crater. Over a dozen burly men, both middle-aged and young, surrounded Lu Ming. Human race, no, that's not right. Lu Ming's gaze swept over them and he was surprised. These people were in human form and didn't look much different from the human race. They were wearing black armor and had powerful auras. However, what made them different from humans was that they had scales on their foreheads. Furthermore, there were scales on their necks. Those were clearly dragon scales. Furthermore, there was a faint dragon aura coming from their bodies. Dragon men, they're dragon men, but they're not the same as the dragon men outside. Various thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. The dragon men outside had the bloodline of the dragon race, but they had tails behind them. They looked more like beast men and were more ferocious. Some people said that the dragon men were a new race born from the union of divine dragons and humans. Others said that the dragon men were the descendants of desolate dragons and humans. But these dragon men looked more like humans. They didn't have tails behind them. Besides some scales on their bodies, they were no different from humans. Are they from beyond the heavens? They should be. That fireball fell from the sky. They must be from beyond the heavens. Legend has it that the people from beyond the heavens are all devils. They are heinous and will destroy us. This person from beyond the heavens should be injured. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. The dragon men were talking to each other. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Finally, their gazes fell on a young man. This young man was very burly and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with the beauty of strength. He looked at Lu Ming and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The people from beyond the heavens cannot be left alive. They must be killed or they will bring disaster to us. Chapter 3578. It's not that easy to kill me. Lu Ming said coldly as he finished cultivating the Universe Myriad Dao scripture. He looked around trying to find a way to escape. Although he was injured, his soul power was still there. Hence, he knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest cultivation level was only in the 3rd King God realm. The rest were in the 2nd King God realm and 1st King God realm. If he had been at his peak, he could have killed all of them with one slap. However, his injuries were too serious. He would not be able to use much strength. He would be killed by these people. A tiger would be bullied by a dog when it was down. Oh right, I still have the primordial divine blood. I should be able to use it. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His injuries were serious. Although he could not use his origin secret technique, he still had the primordial divine blood. He immediately tried to communicate with the primordial divine blood. It went smoothly. A part of the primordial divine blood's energy flowed into Lu Ming's body from his heart. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Wait, the dragon's aura. He's not an outsider. Don't attack him. Suddenly, the burly young man's eyes widened as he shouted. Originally, the others were about to attack, but at this moment they couldn't help but stop. You think I'm one of you? Oh right, I have the primordial divine dragon's blood. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In an instant, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he had an idea. As he controlled the primordial divine blood, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. A powerful dragon's aura emanated from him. Dragon's aura. What a powerful dragon's aura. He's one of us. He's also a dragon man. He's not from the outside world. Instantly, the black-armored dragon men shouted and withdrew their auras. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had made the right bet. Brother, what's going on? Why did you smash a hole in the ground? I thought someone from the outside world had come in. The burly young man laughed. There's someone from the outside world here. I was cultivating nearby. When I saw someone from the outside world land, I wanted to kill him. However, I was not his match. I was severely injured and fell from the sky. Lu Ming said. He had found a good excuse for falling and injuring himself. I see. Where's that person from the outside world? The burly young man and the others' faces immediately became serious, and they looked around vigilantly. That person from beyond the sky must have been injured when he came in. After injuring me, he left immediately. He shouldn't be around here. Lu Ming said. I see. The burly young man and the others. Brother, which faction are you from? I see that you're heavily injured. Why don't we send you back? The burly young man said. He had a good heart. I don't have any forces. I'm cultivating alone outside. So you're a loose cultivator. We're from the nearby Black Dragon clan. My name is Feng Zhou. Why don't you and I return to the Black Dragon clan first and recuperate? The burly young man said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. However, since the other party thought that he was a dragon man, he did not have any hostility. He seemed to be sincere. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, brother He? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. There were a few reasons why he agreed to the request. First, the other party did not have any hostility. Lu Ming's soul force was much stronger than the other party. His spiritual sense was sharp. If the other party had any hostility or killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. But Pang Zhou's attitude was sincere. That was why he agreed. After all, he really needed a place to heal. It was too dangerous to be alone outside. Second, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Autumn Moon and Xianyanqing. It was better to blend in with the locals and use their connections to find Autumn Moon and Xianyanqing. It was much better than searching alone. Based on these two considerations, Lu Ming agreed. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself. Brother Lu, let's go. Pang Zhou waved his hand and a battle sword flew out. There was a black dragon statue on the sword. It was quite domineering. The battle sword expanded rapidly, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Lu Ming jumped up and landed on the sword. He had borrowed the power of the primitive divine blood. He could still fight. Let's go back. Pang Zhou said. He controlled the sword and flew in a direction. The others followed Pang Zhou. Oh, they're all divine kings. Why are they flying so slowly? Lu Ming was surprised. He realized that Pang Zhou was in the third layer of the divine king realm. The others were in the second or first layer of the divine king realm. However, they were flying very slowly. Outside, a god king was flying at full speed. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to cross the universe and planets. It wouldn't take long for him to cross a galaxy. However, Pang Zhou and the others were many times slower. Maybe it has something to do with the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming muttered. Just like the primordial god spirit world that Lu Ming had entered previously, their flying speed was also greatly affected in that place. On the way, Lu Ming circulated his cultivation method and absorbed divine qi to heal himself. At the same time, he chatted with Pang Zhou. Multitasking was nothing to Lu Ming. He learned a lot through chatting. Pang Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon clan, a force nearby. He was cultivating outside when he suddenly saw someone fall from the sky. He thought that it was someone from the outer world, so he went to check it out. He happened to meet Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming found out that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was completely different from the current one. In the past, the cultivation environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely bad. The highest cultivation base of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only a peak heavenly god. No one had broken through to the Divine King realm. However, 100 years ago, the Dragon Clan's mother planet suddenly changed and erupted. Endless divine qi appeared and everything grew crazily. Countless divine herbs and natural treasures appeared. The Dragon Clan's mother planet seemed to have recovered. Everyone's cultivation base also skyrocketed. Divine King realm cultivators sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Currently, there were peak Divine King realm cultivators on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. As for Pang Zhou, he was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now he was already a level 3 heavenly god. He broke through so many levels in 100 years. Lu Ming was shocked. Pang Zhou was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now he was a level 3 heavenly god. In the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the highest cultivation base was only a peak heavenly god. Now the highest cultivation base was a peak divine king. This speed was terrifying and unimaginable. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and had many fortuitous encounters along the way. However, his cultivation base did not improve so quickly. Chapter 3579. In 100 years their cultivation had soared so much. It was simply a miracle. Moreover, it was not an exception. Many people's cultivation had soared. Peng Zhou and the others claimed to be Dragonians and possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Lu Ming speculated that the reason why these people could improve so quickly was probably related to the divine dragon bloodline. However, it was only a part of the relationship. The others' cultivation speed must also be very fast here. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was originally one of the most magical planets in the universe. The cultivation environment back then must have been heaven-defying. Later, it was sealed by the Divine Dragon Clan and fell silent. After being sealed for so many years, it suddenly erupted. Therefore, it created an unprecedented cultivation environment. Lu Ming continued to speculate in his heart as his eyes lit up. No wonder all the geniuses in the universe rushed here, all wanting to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not to mention other things, this kind of cultivation environment was already a great opportunity. An hour later, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. In front of the mountain peak there was a huge city. This city was the Black Dragon Clan. After an hour of healing, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. His muscles, bones and meridians were barely condensed together. However, there were still many cracks and bursts of stabbing pain could still be felt. However, Lu Ming could already move freely without relying on the primordial divine blood. They entered the city. The Black Dragon Clan covered a large area and was the most powerful force in this area. As the minority of the Black Dragon Clan, Peng Zhou naturally occupied a huge courtyard with hundreds of rooms. He arranged for Lu Ming to stay in one of the rooms. Let's start healing. Lu Ming did not delay at all. After settling down, he immediately began to circulate the universe myriad Dao technique to heal his injuries. The divine qi between heaven and earth was like a small dragon that drilled into Lu Ming's body. It was too rich. This divine qi was constantly transformed into Lu Ming's divine power. A portion of it entered his muscles, bones and meridians to repair his injured body. A portion of it entered his 11 star cores to repair them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His life force was very strong and his physical body recovered very quickly. In just 3 days, his physical body was completely healed without leaving behind any sequelae. Unfortunately, the star core was still filled with cracks. Although he had recovered a little in the past 3 days, allowing Lu Ming to barely use his divine power, he could only unleash the power of a peak heavenly god now. However, the divine qi here is extremely dense. I'm afraid that it will take at most 2 years for the star core to fully recover and return to its peak state, Lu Ming thought. After 3 days of cultivation, Lu Ming was even more aware of the extraordinariness of this place. The divine qi was unbelievably dense. His injuries were really serious. Even his star core had been shattered. It could be said that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. This kind of injury, if outside, would be difficult to recover without tens of thousands of years. Problems with the star core were the most difficult to solve. But here, Lu Ming was confident that he could fully recover within 2 years. Now, with each passing day, his strength would recover a little. I need to quickly recover my strength so that I can protect myself. I wonder what are the other 18 weak points like. The other weak points shouldn't be that dangerous. Some people must have entered. The Winged Men clan will most likely enter from the other weak points. I must quickly recover to my peak state. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous if I encounter the Winged Men clan. Lu Ming felt a sense of crisis. He continued to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. After 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the first King God realm. After another 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the third King God realm. The recovery speed was gratifying. On this day, Lu Ming heard a commotion outside. It seemed to be very chaotic. Lu Ming frowned. This was Feng Zhou's residence. Feng Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon family. What had happened to his residence to become so noisy? Lu Ming decided to go and have a look. Lu Ming walked out of the room and passed through a corridor. He saw a group of people carrying a stretcher hurriedly inside. Lu Ming walked over to take a look and discovered that the person lying on the stretcher was actually Feng Zhou. At this moment, Feng Zhou's face was pale and his aura was weak. There was no fluctuation of divine power on his body. What happened? Lu Ming pulled a middle-aged man and asked. The young master was exploring the Black Dragon Valley. He was attacked by the dragon beast. The dragon vein was destroyed. The middle-aged man heaved a long sigh. Black Dragon Valley? The dragon vein was destroyed? Lu Ming was puzzled. I don't want to talk to you anymore. We have to take care of the young master. Then the middle-aged man carried Feng Zhou into a room. He seems to be badly injured. Lu Ming frowned. Feng Zhou had just returned, so he shouldn't disturb him. Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. One day later, his cultivation base had recovered a little. However, he hadn't reached the fourth king god realm yet. At this moment, Lu Ming finished his cultivation and decided to go and see Feng Zhou. After all, Feng Zhou had brought him back to the Black Dragon family and allowed him to recover in peace. He was indebted to him. Now that Feng Zhou was injured, he couldn't leave him alone. When he came to Feng Zhou's room, a maid was guarding outside. "Young Master Lu Ming, the young master is resting." The maid stopped Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming came here, Feng Zhou had introduced him to Lu Ming. Therefore, the maid knew Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming was a friend that Feng Zhou had brought back. "I want to see brother Feng Zhou and see how his injuries are," Lu Ming said. But the maid wanted to say something else. "Let brother Lu in." Feng Zhou's voice came from the room. The maid nodded and pushed the door open. Lu Ming walked in. Feng Zhou was sitting at a table in the room, drinking alone. His injuries didn't seem to be serious. However, his breathing was weak, just like an ordinary person. "Brother He, what happened to you?" Lu Ming asked. "Brother Lu, my dragon vein was destroyed. I'm a cripple now." Feng Zhou smiled miserably, a trace of despair appearing in his eyes. "A cripple?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, we dragon men have a dragon vein in our bodies. The dragon vein is the key to cultivation. Now that the dragon vein is destroyed, even if we have a star core, we're still crippled and can't use divine power." Feng Zhou said miserably and drank another cup of wine. "Brother He, what's going on? I heard that you went to the Black Dragon Valley? Where is the Black Dragon Valley?" Lu Ming asked. "Brother Lu, do you know about ancient ruins?" Feng Zhou asked. "Ancient ruins?" Lu Ming was surprised and shook his head. Feng Zhou didn't take it seriously and said, "Brother Lu, you're an itinerant cultivator. Perhaps you don't know much. Legend has it that our planet is the planet of the divine dragons. We're all descendants of the divine dragons. In the ancient times, this planet was incomparably glorious. Countless divine dragons lived on this planet, and there were countless experts and powerful forces. Unfortunately, during the apocalyptic war, countless extraterrestrials attacked this planet, and countless divine dragons were killed. After the divine dragons were destroyed, the powerful forces of the divine dragons fell apart. What was left behind after the destruction of those forces were ancient ruins or ancient sacred grounds. Chapter 3580. Lu Ming knew very well that the world-ending battle Feng Zhou was talking about should be a battle that happened dozens of years ago when other races attacked the Divine Dragon clan. That battle directly killed a large portion of the Divine Dragon clan. Feng Zhou continued, "Black Dragon Valley was inhabited by the Black Dragon clan in ancient times. Later on, the Black Dragon clan was destroyed, but the Black Dragon Valley remained. However, it has always been sealed. My Black Dragon clan is a descendant of the Black Dragon clan. 100 years ago, the Black Dragon Valley seal loosened, and we could enter the Black Dragon Valley. There are countless treasures in the Black Dragon Valley." After Feng Zhou's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood what happened. 100 years ago, the dragon race's mother planet had been revived. Some ancient ruins and holy lands had also been revived, bursting forth with boundless mysteries. Those that had been sealed began to loosen, and those that were previously inaccessible were now accessible. The Black Dragon Valley originally had many seals, and it was difficult to enter. However, 100 years ago the seals loosened and it became accessible. There were large amounts of treasures inside. The Black Dragon clan also relied on the Black Dragon Valley to rise rapidly. The cultivation of the Black Dragon clan members increased explosively. 100 years ago, the highest cultivation of the Black Dragon clan was only a 5th-level heavenly god. Now, there were a lot of divine kings. However, the treasures in the Black Dragon Valley couldn't be taken casually. It was very dangerous inside. After so many years, a large number of dragon beasts had been bred inside. These dragon beasts didn't have intelligence, but their strength was shocking and they were abnormally fierce. In these years, many people from the Black Dragon clan had died in the dragon beasts' mouths. A few days ago, Feng Zhou and some people from the Black Dragon clan entered the Black Dragon Valley to explore. Feng Zhou was seriously injured by a dragon beast, and his dragon vein was destroyed, becoming a cripple. Dragon vein? Lu Ming was curious. This was the first time he heard of a dragon vein. If the dragon vein was destroyed, one's cultivation would be crippled. This was different from the outside world. Perhaps it was related to the Divine Dragon clan. Although Lu Ming was curious, he didn't show it. After all, he was pretending to be a dragon man from the dragon clan's mother planet. If he was curious, wouldn't he be exposed? Just as Lu Ming wanted to find an excuse to check on some of the dragon veins, there was a commotion outside. Young Master He Chuan, young master is resting. Feng Zhou's maid's voice came from outside. Get out of the way. I know that his dragon vein is crippled, but he is not crippled. A cold voice came from outside. He Chuan. Kuo frowned, then got up and walked outside. Lu Ming was curious and followed him out. There were 6 or 7 people in the yard. One of them was a young man who looked about the same age as Feng Zhou. He had a cold expression on his face. Feng Zhou, you're out. You look good and your body is fine. The young man smiled. Cousin, are you looking for me? Xinzhou rode. He Chuan was Feng Zhou's cousin, the son of Feng Zhou's second uncle. Feng Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. He Chuan rolled his eyes and said. What's the matter? Feng Zhou asked. Feng Zhou, now that your dragon vein has been destroyed, you can no longer cultivate and have no battle strength. According to the rules, you can no longer be in charge of the Black Dragon clan. Why don't you give me the Black Dragon token? He Chuan said. Hearing this, Feng Zhou's expression changed drastically. He looked at He Chuan in disbelief and said, You want my Black Dragon token? Feng Zhou, it's useless for you to keep the Black Dragon token with you. Moreover, your dragon vein has been destroyed. To put it bluntly, you'll be a cripple in the future. What's the point of keeping the Black Dragon token? You don't have the qualifications to hold the Black Dragon token. He Chuan continued, but his voice was cold. Feng Zhou's expression was extremely ugly and painful. His dragon vein had just been destroyed, and He Chuan actually brought people to ask for the Black Dragon token. He found it hard to believe. In the past, his relationship with He Chuan was very good, like brothers. This time, the reason why he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed was entirely because of He Chuan. In the Black Dragon Valley, it was He Chuan who was chased by the dragon beast. Feng Zhou risked his life to block the dragon beast and saved He Chuan's life. As for himself, he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed. He became a cripple because he saved He Chuan. But now, in just 2 days, He Chuan actually brought people to seize his Black Dragon token. It was hard for him to accept. The previous patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was Feng Zhou's father. 100 years ago, the Dragon clan's mother planet revived and the Black Dragon Valley's seal loosened. His father entered the Black Dragon Valley to investigate and was killed by the dragon beast inside. The position of patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was originally going to fall on Feng Zhou's head. However, Feng Zhou was still young and temporarily did not officially take charge. Instead, he used his status as the young patriarch to jointly manage the Black Dragon clan with the elders. Furthermore, Feng Zhou's talent was extremely high. As the number one of the younger generation of the Black Dragon clan, he was indeed qualified to inherit the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon token was the symbol of the Black Dragon clan's patriarch. It was also the key to entering the Black Dragon Valley. Only the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan can wield the Black Dragon token. He Chuan, you don't have the qualifications to wield it. Why should I give it to you? Feng Zhou coldly said. Earlier, he called the other party his cousin. But now, his heart was cold and he directly called the other party's name. That's right, only the patriarch can wield the Black Dragon token. But now that you're crippled, you're a cripple. You definitely don't have the qualifications to wield it. As for me, as the strongest genius of the Black Dragon clan, the position of the future patriarch is mine. Tell me, can I wield the Black Dragon token? He Chuan coldly laughed. Since he had already spoken, he no longer hid his ambition. You still want to seize the patriarch position of the Black Dragon clan? Don't even think about it. Feng Zhou furiously roared. Don't even think about it? Feng Zhou, don't forget that you're now a cripple. You no longer have the qualifications. In the Black Dragon clan, other than me, who else has the qualifications? He Chuan coldly laughed, revealing a ridiculing expression. I was injured by the dragon beast because I wanted to save you. You're ungrateful, despicable and shameless. Feng Zhou loudly roared. Feng Zhou, don't talk nonsense. He Chuan loudly shouted. His eyes were cold as he said, You were greedy and wanted to take away the treasures you saw. That's why you were injured by the dragon beast. You actually said it was to save me. He Chuan, you're too despicable, too shameless. You. Feng Zhou was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were red and he almost vomited blood. He was obviously injured by the dragon beast because he wanted to save He Chuan. But now, not only did He Chuan not admit it, he even said that he was slandering him. Not only that, he even wanted to take away his black dragon token and said that he was despicable. He understood that He Chuan's previous good relationship with him was all fake, a pretense. This was an ingrate who would counterattack as soon as he had the chance. However, he would definitely not hand over the black dragon token. This was left to him by his father. He would definitely not give it to others. Chapter 3581. Master He, you tell me. You were at the Black Dragon Valley. You saw it all. Was it because I was trying to save He Chuan that I was injured by the dragon beast? Feng Zhou looked at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of Feng Zhou's subordinates. He used to work for his father and later he worked for him. He was the only one who had seen the truth in the Black Dragon Valley. Sigh, young Master Feng Zhou, why do you have to frame young Master He Chuan? You were injured by the dragon beast because of your greed. No one will blame you if you tell the truth. Black sighed. You betrayed me too. Qi Zhou roared, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Pang Zhou, I know you want to pretend to be a good person, to pretend to be innocent, to pretend that you were injured in order to save me, to get rid of your own responsibility, but the truth is the truth, you can't get rid of it. Well, now hand over the Black Dragon token, and you can continue to stay in the Black Dragon clan. Eat and drink well, I won't treat you unfairly. He Chuan sneered. Everything was under his control. Today he must get the Black Dragon token and take control of the Black Dragon family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking back to what happened in the Black Dragon Valley, he felt a wave of lingering fear. He saw a type of divine medicine and his greed was aroused. He wanted to pick it, but he was attacked by a powerful dragon beast. Fortunately, that idiot from Feng Zhou arrived and saved him. Furthermore, the dragon veins had been destroyed by the dragon beast. This was truly great news. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't give the Black Dragon token to a despicable person like you. Guizhou roared. Feng Zhou, don't be stubborn. Young Master He Chuan has already given you enough face. If you continue to be stubborn, even if young Master He Chuan doesn't make a move, I won't be able to stand by and watch. On the side, Haida shouted, taking the opportunity to perform well in front of He Chuan. You heartless bastard, get out of my sight. Guizhou roared. Pang Zhou, you better face reality. Do you still think you're the #1 genius of the Black Dragon clan? You're a cripple now, nothing. If you don't hand over the Black Dragon token, don't blame me for being merciless. Haida snorted coldly. Relying on his master's power, he walked towards He Chuan step by step. At the side, He Chuan sneered as he watched. He had no intention of stopping them. Originally, he had come here today with the intention of directly snatching Feng Prefecture if they did not hand it over. Now that Blackie had made a move, it would save him the trouble of doing it himself. Master He, you dare? Pang Zhou roared and couldn't help but retreat. Stubborn, then I'll take it myself. Black shouted coldly and took a step forward. His body was like a phantom as he rushed toward Feng Zhou and clawed at Feng Zhou. With Peng Prefecture's current state, there was no way they could avoid it. Just as Black Dada was about to grab Feng Zhou, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed Black Dada's wrist. No one knew when the palm had appeared because it was too fast. The one who made a move was naturally Lu Ming. He had been watching silently by the side previously. Although he didn't know the specific details, he could more or less guess some things through the conversation just now. Moreover, from the fact that Feng Zhou could save him and let him recuperate here, it could be seen that Feng Zhou was benevolent. Lu Ming naturally believed in Feng Zhou. Therefore, when Black Dada made a move, he did not hesitate to make a move. Kid, it's you. Black Dada was taken aback and looked at Lu Ming. He was very surprised that Lu Ming could actually grab his wrist. When he rescued Lu Ming back then, he also followed beside Feng Zhou and personally investigated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was seriously injured. Moreover, according to his aura, Lu Ming's aura was very weak. He was just a heavenly god realm trash. Now he could actually grab his wrist? He was careless. Black Dada thought that he was careless. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all previously. Therefore, his wrist was grabbed by Lu Ming in a moment of carelessness. Now get lost immediately. Lu Ming said lightly. What did you say? Kit, you're just a heavenly god realm trash. How dare you talk nonsense? I will suppress you first. Black Dada laughed loudly. Previously Lu Ming was injured. His star core was cracked and his aura was weak. He did look like a heavenly god realm expert. Boom. Black Dada exerted all his strength. His first realm of king god realm energy burst out like a storm, attacking Lu Ming's wrist. In his opinion, this attack could definitely break Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming would definitely show an expression of disbelief and despair. He could already see Lu Ming's expression. In the next moment, There was no movement. There was no movement at all. Black Dada's god power rushed towards Lu Ming like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. How could you? Black Dada opened his eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Trash. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he exerted more strength in his hand and squeezed. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded. Black Dada's pupils dilated rapidly. His face twisted. A moment later, he screamed in agony. My hand. Black Dada screamed miserably. One of his arms had turned into a fried dough twist. Bam. Lu Ming's palm trembled slightly and one of Black's large arms exploded. Black was sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard, creating a huge hole in the wall. He was embedded in the wall and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was crippled. His dragon vein was also destroyed. He was now a cripple. Thinking about that, his eyes were filled with despair. A moment ago he thought he saw Lu Ming's disbelief and despair. However, after 2 breaths he did not see those expressions on Lu Ming's face. Instead he saw them on his own face. Life was unpredictable. It's really hard. Lu Ming muttered. He was not talking about Black Dada. He was talking about the wall of the courtyard. Although he had just used his second realm of King God realm energy, this kind of energy could break half of a planet outside. Ordinary meteorites would definitely shatter. However, in this place he had only broken a small part of the wall. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was indeed extraordinary. It was even more extraordinary than the primitive god spirit world. Lu Ming had read about the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the illusory Divine Jade. It was one of the earliest planets in the universe. It contained countless secrets. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. On the other hand, Pang Zhou, He Chuan, and the others were stunned. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong that he could kill Black Dada in one move. Kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. He Chuan coldly looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 3582. He Chuan had already investigated Lu Ming's background. He had learned from Heida that Lu Ming was a rogue cultivator who was injured by someone from the outer world and was saved by Fengzhou. His cultivation should be in the heavenly god realm. This was the information that he had obtained. Therefore he simply ignored Lu Ming, who was standing by the side. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. He had never thought that Lu Ming would be able to kill Heida in seconds. Now get out of my sight. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He Chuan's face darkened and his eyes flashed like a poisonous snake. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're not bad. I'll give you a chance. Join me and be my dog. You'll do whatever I ask you to do and I'll forget about what happened today. Seems like you're deaf. I asked you to get out of my sight but you didn't hear me. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 3. Lu Ming started counting down. He Chuan's face darkened and he said coldly, You shameless thing. You think you can be arrogant in front of us just because you're strong? Let's attack together and destroy his dragon vein. We'll turn him into a useless dog just like Fengzhou. Boom. He Chuan attacked personally and a powerful aura burst out. Second layer King God realm. That was He Chuan's cultivation. The other people who had come with He Chuan also attacked. 2 of them were second layer King God realm while the others were first layer King God realm. A total of 6 people charged toward Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was a second layer King God realm cultivator, he would be crushed into pieces by so many experts. Oh no. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. Run. Fengzhou shouted with a pale face. It's too late to leave now. He Chuan sneered. Leave. Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The next moment, his body flashed and he pounced on He Chuan and the others like a flash of lightning. Then, boom, boom. In an instant, all 5 figures crashed into the wall, following in Heida's footsteps, and were embedded in the wall. Only He Chuan was left. Of course, it was Lu Ming who had deliberately kept him. He Chuan's pupils widened rapidly. His hair stood on end, his blood flow accelerated, and his heart beat violently. At this moment he felt as if his mind had stopped working. What's going on? How could this be? He Chuan was stunned. He had brought 2 second sky of King God realm warriors here. Although they were weaker than him, the difference wasn't big. However, Lu Ming had killed them in just a blink. This was still the cultivation of a heavenly deity. Cowardly my ass. Back off, He Chuan roared in his heart. At this moment he only had one thought, and that was to retreat, leave this place as soon as possible, and then call for reinforcements to suppress Lu Ming. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. His speed was astonishing. He appeared in front of He Chuan and stared coldly at He Chuan. He Chuan screamed in fright and attacked with all his might. The sword light was like a dragon as it slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the sword light shattered. Lu Ming's claw grabbed onto He Chuan's shoulder. Crack. The sound of bones breaking reverberated. He Chuan's shoulder was crushed. He Chuan screamed in agony. Stop. At this moment an angry roar came from the sky. A powerful aura flooded the area. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Father, father, come and save me. Destroy this kid. I want him to die a horrible death. He Chuan was overjoyed when he saw the middle-aged man. He shouted excitedly. Let go of my son and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man stomped on the ground. His powerful aura was like a storm, pressing down on Lu Ming. Fourth sky of King God realm. Lu Ming was startled. He knew that the middle-aged man had the cultivation of the fourth sky of King God realm. Fourth sky of King God realm. I want to see how you can spare my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. His palms suddenly exerted strength. A powerful energy burst out. He Chuan's body was like a meteorite, smashing into the ground. Boom. The ground rumbled and a huge crater was created. The ground here was incomparably hard. He Chuan had smashed a huge hole in the ground. It could be seen that He Chuan had suffered a powerful blow. He lay in the huge hole, spitting out blood. His body was like a pile of mud, unable to move at all. You want to die. The middle-aged man was enraged. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. His body swelled up as more scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His claws turned into sharp claws that resembled the claws of a dragon and he pounced toward Lu Ming. His aura was wild. He was much stronger than He Chuan. However, the fourth sky of King God realm was too weak in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Lu Ming had just recovered to the third sky of King God realm, Lu Ming could control 11 kinds of God power. Moreover, he had awakened more than 4 times. Moreover, he had the original secret technique and the primitive divine blood. On the other hand, the middle-aged burly man's origin divine power factor had only awakened once. Even though his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, he was still a non-entity in Lu Ming's eyes. Boom. Lu Ming kicked the middle-aged man's face. He was fast, accurate and ruthless. The middle-aged man couldn't resist. Boom. His foot landed firmly and accurately on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man let out a muffled scream of disbelief. His body flew back at an even faster speed than before. Then he heavily smashed into the wall of the courtyard. His face was deformed. His nose was crooked and his mouth was slanted. A clear footprint was imprinted on the wall. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. What happened? What am I doing? Where am I? After a while he came back to his senses. Then he was shocked and in disbelief. His cultivation base was higher than Lu Ming's, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in an instant. Behind him, Zhuozhou was also dumbstruck. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his expectation. I told you to get lost but you didn't. Now you don't have the chance to leave. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and closed in on the middle-aged burly man. Brother Lu, have mercy. At this moment, Zhuozhou shouted. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped and said, You want to let them go? They're my family after all. I'll spare them this time. This time I've taught them a lesson. Zhuozhou said. If you let them go they won't let you go. I'm afraid they'll take revenge. Lu Ming said. The Black Dragon family is not under their control. There's also the Elder Institute. I'm the young master of the Black Dragon family. The Elder Institute will uphold justice for me. Zhuozhou said. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Zhuozhou was too soft-hearted, too kind. But that was also the reason why he saved a stranger. Since Zhuozhou said so, Lu Ming didn't say much. Anyway, he was more or less clear about the Black Dragon family's strength. He didn't put them in his eyes. If they come again he'll just kill them. Chapter 3583. You make the decision. Lu Ming waved his hand. All of you get lost. If you come again I'll kill you without mercy. Feng Zhou said coldly and decided to give them a chance. The middle-aged man was his second uncle. In this world she was his only family. Let's go. The middle-aged man quickly led He Chuan and the others away in a sorry state. Feng Zhou and that kid, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The middle-aged man roared in his heart. He must avenge today's grudge and get the Black Dragon token. Brother Lu, what's your cultivation? Feng Zhou looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming's strength had really shocked him. Like He Chuan and the others, he thought that Lu Ming was just a heavenly god. After all, when he first saw Lu Ming was too weak. I was seriously injured before and my star core was also damaged. Now, my cultivation has recovered a little. Lu Ming said with a smile. I see. Feng Zhou nodded, not paying attention to Lu Ming's recovered a little. In his opinion, Lu Ming's current strength was far beyond his peak. By the way, what's with those people just now? Lu Ming asked. That middle-aged man is my second uncle. Immediately, Feng Zhou told him the whole story. My second uncle used to be very good to me. I didn't expect him to reveal his true colors when I was injured. It seems that I misjudged them before. Feng Zhou sighed, feeling very lonely. They're really despicable. Lu Ming nodded. Feng Zhou was injured because of He Chuan, and his dragon vein was destroyed, turning him into a cripple. However, the other party didn't know how to repay his kindness and wanted to take away his black dragon token. Anyone would be disappointed. By the way, Brother He, let me take a look at your dragon vein and see if I can find a way to treat it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Feng Zhou saved him, so he would also repay him and see if there was a way to treat Feng Zhou's dragon vein. Furthermore, he was also curious about the dragon vein and wanted to see it for himself. The dragon vein has been destroyed, and it's almost impossible to treat it. I've never heard of a dragon vein that can be cured. Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about it. Feng Zhou sighed. His eyes were filled with loneliness and despair. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had recovered, this was a great opportunity. It was the time to take advantage of the situation and take off, but he had become a cripple and lost the hope of continuing to climb up. Anyone would despair. It was already a feat for him to be able to maintain his composure. There might be a way. Nothing is absolute in this world. Lu Ming smiled. In the end, Feng Zhou nodded and let Lu Ming take a look. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent a stream of divine power into Feng Zhou's meridians. It spread throughout Feng Zhou's body as he started to check on Feng Zhou's injuries. Feng Zhou's injuries were not serious and had basically healed. Lu Ming did not pay much attention to him. After a while, Lu Ming found a meridian in Feng Zhou's spine. This meridian was thicker than any other meridian. It was like a divine dragon that connected Feng Zhou's dantian and brain. However, this meridian had been destroyed. It was tattered and dead. Dragon vein. Lu Ming knew that this was the dragon vein. This is the dragon vein, right? It's really amazing. There are no living creatures outside at all. Perhaps it's related to the divine dragons. These people are the true descendants of the divine dragons and have the bloodline of the dragons. Lu Ming thought and was secretly amazed. This was the first time he had heard of such a dragon vein. There were also the dragon people outside, but there were no dragon veins at all. Perhaps the so-called dragon people outside are not descendants of the divine dragons at all, but desolated dragons. Lu Ming thought of the dragon people outside again. Those dragon people had long tails and looked ferocious. They did not look like divine dragons but more like desolated dragons. Brother Lu, is there a way? Feng Zhou asked. Although he said that it was impossible to cure him, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Lu Ming did not answer. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not answer, the glimmer of hope in Feng Zhou's heart was also extinguished. He sighed and said, Brother Lu, it's okay. I also know that it's impossible to repair it. How can it be repaired when the dragon vein is destroyed? His expression was full of loneliness. However, Lu Ming's next words almost made Feng Zhou jump. Brother He, although your dragon vein is destroyed, it's not impossible to repair it. Lu Ming said. Feng Zhou's body shook violently. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. He said hopefully, Brother Lu, you mean my dragon vein can be repaired? Yes, it can. Lu Ming nodded, looking very serious. Phew. Feng Zhou exhaled a long breath as if a huge rock had been lifted. Then, he looked at Lu Ming in confusion and said, Brother Lu, do you have a way? It's simple. As long as I concoct a medicine for you to drink, your dragon vein will be cured. Lu Ming said. Medicine. Feng Zhou was surprised. A medicine was that simple? That's right. Brother He, wait for me for a while. I'll go back to my room to concoct the medicine. Lu Ming nodded. The medicine that he mentioned was actually fake, but it was true that he had a way to cure Feng Zhou's dragon vein. As long as it was his blood, it would be fine. Now, he had refined the primordial divine blood and it was always residing in his heart. Although it was only a drop, it was no small matter. It was constantly assimilating his blood, allowing his blood to have some of the characteristics of the primordial divine blood. His blood might be useless to others, but it was very useful to a descendant of the divine dragon race like Feng Zhou. With just a small cup of his blood, Feng Zhou's dragon vein would definitely be completely restored and even be better than before. However, he couldn't say this directly to avoid arousing suspicion. That was why Lu Ming frowned and said that it was a medicine. All right. Brother Lu, please concoct the medicine. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Feng Zhou hurriedly said, extremely excited. He was already in despair. Now that there was hope, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. No need. I'll go back to my room and concoct it for a while. It won't take long. Lu Ming smiled. Then he returned to his room, took out a jade bottle, and channeled his energy to force some blood into the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out 2 divine pills, crushed them into powder and poured them into the jade bottle. The powder of these 2 divine pills didn't have any special effects. It could only neutralize the blood and remove the smell of blood. Looking at the bottle of blood, it looked more like a kind of medicine. After concocting, Lu Ming waited for another half an hour before returning to Feng Zhou's room. Brother Lu, do you need any help? Feng Zhou asked. No need. I've already concocted the medicine. Lu Ming said with a smile. You've already concocted it? So soon? Feng Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Originally, he thought that the medicine that could repair the dragon vein would be very complicated. It would require a lot of precious medicinal herbs and would take a long time. But now it had only been half an hour. If he knew that Lu Ming had deliberately waited for half an hour before coming, what would he think? Chapter 3584. Brother He, try drinking it. Lu Ming said. All right. Feng Zhou took the jade bottle and took a deep breath. His hands were trembling slightly. He was obviously very excited. After finishing the potion, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. As soon as the potion entered his mouth, a dragon's roar could be heard. It turned into tiny divine dragons and rushed towards Feng Zhou's meridians. Then it gathered around him and burst out with strong vitality. This is. Feng Zhou was extremely shocked. Then he was overjoyed because he felt that his dragon vein was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inch by inch, his dragon vein was being repaired. The repaired parts became stronger and stronger, even stronger than before. For them, the dragon vein represented talent. His dragon vein was stronger than before, so his talent was higher than before. Looks like it's really effective. Lu Ming was also paying attention. Seeing Feng Zhou's expression, he was relieved. He knew that his blood was effective for Feng Zhou. In just half an hour, Feng Zhou's dragon vein had completely recovered. The dragon vein in his body was like a lifelike divine dragon. It was exceptionally strong, tenacious, and filled with vitality. What a strong dragon vein. It's a few times stronger than before. My cultivation speed will also be a few times faster than before. Feng Zhou was overjoyed. His eyes were extremely bright. In the past, he was considered a genius. He was the #1 genius of the Black Dragon clan. His cultivation talent was amazing. After the Dragon clan's mother planet recovered, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In 100 years, he had reached the 3rd layer of the King God realm from the 1st layer of the Heavenly God realm. However, with this dragon vein, his cultivation speed would be even faster. After exhaling a long breath, he ended his cultivation. Feng Zhou opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming, revealing a look of intense shock. It was just a potion. Not only could it repair his dragon vein, it could also make it stronger. This method was unbelievable. If it was spread out, it would cause an earthquake in the Dragon clan's mother planet. This method was too heaven-defying. In this way, everyone could destroy their own dragon vein and consume this potion. Wouldn't their talent become stronger? What else could it be if it wasn't heaven-defying? In the end, Feng Zhou decided to keep this secret to himself because he knew how shocking this matter was. If it were to spread, it would be extremely dangerous for Lu Ming. Brother Lu, thank you. Feng Zhou cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. He was truly grateful. Brother He, there's no need to thank me. You saved my life before, so I'm only helping you restore your dragon vein. Lu Ming smiled. Feng Zhou, get the hell out here. At this moment, another roar came from outside. Black Titanium's voice. Zhuozhou's face darkened. Black Titanium was his second uncle. Hadn't Black Titanium just been chased away? It hadn't even been 2 hours, yet he was back. Let's go take a look, Feng Zhou said. Now that his dragon veins were repaired, he was much more confident. Lu Ming and Feng Zhou walked out of the room and saw a group of people in the courtyard. There were 16 of them in total. Among them, there were a dozen or so who were very old and had white hair. Seniors of the elder courtyard, you've come at the right time. Feng Zhou's eyes flashed. These old men were the elders of the Black Dragon family's elder courtyard. They had great authority in the Black Dragon family. Now that the Black Dragon family had no patriarch, many things were decided by the elder courtyard. Indeed, you've come at the right time. Feng Zhou, I've already discussed with the elder courtyard. Your dragon vein has been destroyed and you're already a cripple. You're no longer qualified to hold the Black Dragon token. The elder courtyard has decided to let He Chuan be the next patriarch. Now hand over the Black Dragon token. Black Titanium shouted. That's right, quickly hand it over. And that kid who dared to injure me and my father must be punished. Destroy his dragon vein and accompany you, you trash. He Chuan also shouted coldly. After a few hours, Black Titanium and He Chuan's injuries were basically stabilized, but their auras were still very weak. What? The elder courtyard agreed to give the Black Dragon token to He Chuan? Impossible. Feng Zhou roared in astonishment. He looked at the dozen or so white-haired elders and asked, Elders, is what He Ti said true? That's right. One of the white-haired old men said, Feng Zhou, your dragon vein has been destroyed and you're no longer qualified to hold the Black Dragon token. Hand it over to He Chuan. No, I can't give the Black Dragon token to anyone but He Chuan. I was injured because I tried to save He Chuan, but he turned around and accused me. How can he hold the Black Dragon token with such a temperament? Feng Zhou shouted. Sigh, Feng Zhou, you've disappointed this old man. The white-haired old man sighed and said, Your own mistake is your own mistake. Why are you pushing the blame to others and slandering He Chuan? That's right, Feng Zhou. Hand over the Black Dragon token. Another old man also said. You, Pang Zhou looked at the elders in shock. He was extremely disappointed. He understood that the elder courtyard had been bribed by Black Titanium. No matter what he said, it would be useless. Otherwise, how could they gather here so quickly and kill their way here? Today, the other party must force him to hand over the Black Dragon token. However, he was no longer a cripple. Feng Zhou, hand over the Black Dragon token. Let me tell you, don't think you can rely on that brat. Today that brat will die. Shouted He Chuan. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming had dared to torture him like that. He wanted Lu Ming to die without a burial place. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 elders of the elder courtyard released their powerful qi, locking onto Lu Ming to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. Fifth Godly King Lair? Lu Ming's lips curled up. There were 12 elders in the elder courtyard. They were all at the fifth Godly King Lair. However, although his cultivation base had only recovered to the third Godly King Lair, the fifth Godly King Lair was still nothing in his eyes. Although the difference between each Godly King Lair was great, it was not as great as the difference between each Godly King Lair. When Lu Ming was at the Godly King Lair, he could already kill enemies who were several levels higher than him. Now, his cultivation base had only dropped, but he had all kinds of terrifying means. He was much stronger than when he was at the Godly King Lair. Fighting against people who were at a higher level than him was as easy as eating and drinking. Therefore Lu Ming was very calm. He looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, it was Feng Zhou's family matter. If he could solve it himself, then he would. If he couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move. My father is the patriarch of the Black Dragon family. I am the successor of the Black Dragon family. I have the legitimate bloodline. I am the one who controls the Black Dragon token. At this moment, Feng Zhou's voice was cold. His cold voice spread everywhere. Haha, you're the one who controls the Black Dragon token? You a piece of trash? You're just a piece of trash whose dragon vein has been destroyed. What right do you have? He Chuan laughed loudly. However, his voice stopped halfway. This was because a powerful aura had erupted from Feng Zhou's body. Chapter 3585. A powerful aura erupted from Feng Zhou's body like a divine dragon. Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. He Chuan's laughter was stuck as if his throat was stuck. His eyes were round and full of disbelief. At the same time, He Ti and the rest of the elders were also stunned. They stared at Feng Zhou dumbfoundedly. Why, your dragon vein has recovered? Impossible, this is impossible. At that time your dragon vein was destroyed by the dragon beast. I even checked it. It's impossible. He Chuan roared hysterically in disbelief. Now that my dragon vein has recovered, I'm the young master of the Black Dragon family, the owner of the Black Dragon token. Are you trying to go against your superiors? Feng Zhou shouted. His aura was so shocking that He Chuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Impossible, this is impossible. What's going on? How can the dragon vein be restored? He Chuan kept roaring. His face was already distorted beyond recognition. The eyes of some of the elders flickered as they hesitated. Elders, I believe that you've been deceived by Haiti and Heichuan. Take down Heichuan and Haiti and this matter will end. Feng Zhou said. Elders, don't be deceived by Feng Zhou's appearance. You've already made your stance clear just now, asking him to hand over the Black Dragon token. He must be holding a grudge. Now he's saying this to deal with me. After dealing with me, he'll definitely settle the score with you one by one. Haiti shouted. That's right, I still think it's better for Heichuan to hold the Black Dragon token. The white-haired old man said with a cold gaze. I think so too. Another elder said. He looked at Lu Ming and Feng Zhou with a strong murderous intent. You? Feng Zhou was shocked and his heart turned cold. It seemed that these people were completely bought over by Haiti. Ah, that's right. So what if his dragon vein has recovered? As long as it's destroyed again, he'll still be a piece of trash. At this moment, Heichuan laughed again, full of ruthlessness. No, the young master's dragon vein has recovered. He should inherit the position of the family head. At this moment, an elder said. That's right. With the young master's talent, he can definitely lead the Black Dragon family to become stronger. I support the young master. Following that, a few other elders spoke up. A total of 3 old men slowly moved to the vicinity of Feng State. The 3 of them were on Zhuozhou's side. Previously, they thought that Feng Zhou's cultivation had been crippled, which was why they supported Heichuan to take over the Black Dragon token. But now that Ho Prefecture's dragon vein had been restored, they naturally stood on Ho Prefecture's side. Elders, thank you. Feng Zhou cupped his fists and heaved a sigh of relief. Not everyone in the elder hall had betrayed him. You 3. Black Titanium's face turned ugly. Then let's get rid of them together. The white-haired elder who spoke first said coldly. He stepped out and pressed towards Feng State. The other elders also stepped out and charged toward Feng State. The young master has already recovered. You dare to go against your superiors? You are all treasonous. An elder who supported Guangzhou roared. Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you on your way. The white-haired old man who spoke first shouted coldly. His aura was oppressive. A total of 9 elders rushed towards Peng Zhou and the others. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and landed in front of Feng State. Feng State, how should we deal with these people? Lu Ming asked indifferently. Feng State was stunned for a moment. Although he knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily deal with Black Titanium, these elders were all in the 5th layer of the King God realm. Moreover, there were so many of them. Could Lu Ming deal with them? Hence, he hesitated for a moment. Elders, this kid's cultivation is not weak. Let's get rid of him first, then we'll deal with Feng State. Black Titanium shouted. That's right. Let's get rid of this kid first. No, don't kill him yet. Cripple him first. I want him to kneel before me like a dead dog and beg for mercy. Heichuan shouted and stared at Lu Ming viciously. His murderous intent was cold. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Attack. Kill. The white-haired elder who spoke first shouted. His body dashed out and pounced on Lu Ming. His powerful energy was like an avalanche, pressing down on Lu Ming. Streaks of terrifying divine energy coiled around Lu Ming like giant snakes, trying to bind Lu Ming. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The 3 elders who supported Feng State shouted and tried to protect Feng State. They wanted to retreat. The other party had 9 elders and only 3 of them. They were no match for them. The only thing they could do now was to retreat and gather the other experts of the Black Dragon family to deal with Black Titanium and the others. This was the only way they could think of. Why should we retreat when dealing with trash like these? At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Then he took a step forward. Bang. The ground shook. Then a 9-clawed dragon rushed out from under Lu Ming's feet. It roared and pounced on the white-haired elder. That's a 9-clawed dragon? Everyone present was shocked. Brr. The 9-clawed dragon roared. Its dragon claws tore apart the white-haired elder's attack and clawed at his chest. The white-haired elder screamed. His chest was pierced. A powerful energy pierced through his body and exploded at his spine, directly destroying his dragon vein. Bang. The white-haired elder was sent flying and smashed into the ground. Brr. Then several more 9-clawed dragons flew out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The entire city was covered in 9-clawed dragon Dharma images. In the next moment, 3 more elders screamed. They followed in the white-haired elder's footsteps. Their dragon veins were destroyed and they smashed into the ground. My dragon vein. My dragon vein is destroyed. You're so ruthless. The white-haired elder and the others screamed. The remaining elders sucked in a cold breath. Their charging bodies suddenly stopped and they frantically retreated. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were almost scared to death. Is this the legendary divine dragon Dharma image art? You can cultivate a 9-clawed dragon Dharma image? An elder widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand and the 9-clawed dragon Dharma image disappeared. Gulp. Pang Zhou and the others swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength shocked everyone. Even an elder of the 5th layer of the Divine King realm could not withstand a single blow. How is this possible? He Chuan and He Ti's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their bodies kept trembling. They thought they were dreaming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? After a long while they finally reacted. They were extremely frightened. Cold chi was emitting from their bodies. They slowly retreated. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 3586. If you don't want to die, you'd better stand here and not move, Lu Ming said coldly. He Chuan and the rest of the elders stopped, not daring to move. Lu Ming was too strong. He could easily kill a 5th-layer King God Realm expert. They did not dare to disobey Lu Ming. Pang Zhou, what should we do with these people? Lu Ming looked at Pang Zhou. Spare my life. Pang Zhou, spare my life. At screamed all of a sudden. Spare your life? You forced me again and again and now you want me to spare your life? I've already spared your life once. I've said that if there's a second time, I won't show you any mercy. Pang Zhou's eyes turned cold. Although he was kind, he had a bottom line. Previously, he had already bypassed He and He Chuan and said that there wouldn't be a second time. However, He and He Chuan simply didn't take his words to heart. A few hours later, they had brought the elders' compound to kill him again. He would be a fool if he let them off again. Pang Zhou, I'm your second uncle. Please spare my life. At begged. Now you're talking about family? Why didn't you think of me as your nephew when you forced me? Pang Zhou said coldly. I was confused for a moment. Pang Zhou, give me another chance. I swear that I'll turn over a new leaf. At shouted. Blah. At this moment, the rest of the elders knelt before Pang Zhou. Young master, please spare us. We were bewitched by black titanium. It was the father and son pair who bewitched us. Otherwise, why would we attack young master? Now that young master's dragon vein has been restored, he is the rightful heir. The culprits are black titanium and his son. That's right, that's right. The elders quickly said, pushing all the blame to He and He Chuan. They were scared out of their wits when they saw what happened to the white-haired old man. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been restored, the cultivation environment was heaven-defying. It was unimaginable how far they could grow and how much lifespan they could gain. Now that their dragon vein had been destroyed, it was an unimaginable blow. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of the former. You despicable and shameless bastards. You're talking nonsense. Black Titanium roared, glaring at the elders. Boom. Right at this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside the Black Dragon Clan. Divine light could be seen soaring into the sky, incomparably resplendent. What happened? Chizhou was shocked. Soon 2 people who looked like guards rushed in, looking flustered. The 2 guards didn't even look at Feng Zhou. They bowed to He and the other elders and said in a fluster, Elders, someone is attacking our Black Dragon Clan. We can't stop them and are about to kill our way in. What? Everyone was shocked. Someone attacked the Black Dragon family? Except for Lu Ming, everyone's expression changed. The faces of Mao Zhou and the 3 elders beside him changed, not because of shock but because of worry. The internal affairs hadn't been settled yet, and now there were enemies outside? On the other hand, He Chuan and the others had different thoughts in their minds. Now that there were enemies outside, they might be able to change the situation. Perhaps there was still hope for them. Hope emerged in the hearts of He and the others. Haha, so they're all here. That's good, we don't have to look for them one by one. Their figures flickered and suddenly dozens of people appeared in the sky. Dozens of burly men, each wearing blood-red armor with dragon scales on their skin, were obviously dragon-born from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Dozens of Dragon-Human Clan members clad in red armor surrounded the courtyard. Who's in charge of the Black Dragon Clan? A large man with a square face and blood-colored battle armor spoke. His voice rumbled loudly as he swept his eyes in all directions. It's him, he's our young master. Ti's eyes turned and suddenly pointed at Chizhou. Obviously, Chizhou had no intention of letting him go, so he could only place his hopes on these people. These people obviously came with ill intentions. You're the young master of the Black Dragon clan? The square-faced man's gaze fell on Qizhou. That's right, who are you? What are you doing in my Black Dragon clan? Qizhou asked loudly. It's simple. I heard that your Black Dragon clan has a Black Dragon Valley. Now, we want the Black Dragon Valley. You people from the Black Dragon clan can scram. The square-faced man said coldly. You're here to snatch the Black Dragon Valley? Qizhou's face changed drastically. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had recovered, there were countless opportunities. And the greatest opportunities were those ancient ruins or holy lands. The treasures that were nurtured there were even more astonishing. The Black Dragon Valley was such a place. However, not all forces in the Dragon Clan's mother planet had ruins or sacred grounds. Some forces didn't have any at all. And these forces would go around snatching the ruins or sacred grounds of other forces. They had heard of such things before, but they didn't expect it to happen to them. No, you want us to hand over the Black Dragon Valley? No, the Black Dragon Valley was left behind by my Black Dragon clan's ancestors. We can't hand it over to outsiders. Qizhou directly refused. The Black Dragon Valley was the hope of the Black Dragon clan's rise. Now that the Dragon clan's mother planet had recovered, everyone was advancing rapidly. The Black Dragon Valley was the foundation of the Black Dragon clan's rapid advancement. If they lost the Black Dragon Valley, the Black Dragon clan would fall behind the others and be eliminated sooner or later. He couldn't hand it over. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Do you understand? The square-faced man said coldly. The Black Dragon clan is willing to fight. Qizhou replied loudly. Willing to fight? Let's see what the Black Dragon clan is capable of. The square-faced man waved his hand. Immediately, a red-armored man stepped forward with a long spear in his hand. He charged towards Qizhou. Young master, leave him to me. There were 3 loyal elders beside Qizhou. At that moment, one of them stepped forward. His strength of the 5th layer of the Divine King realm was fully unleashed as he charged towards the red-armored man. 5th layer of the Divine King realm? You're overestimating yourself. The red-armored man shouted coldly. His body emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and a dragon's roar resounded. The blood-red light condensed into a divine dragon, which then merged with his long spear. Under the pressure of the spear, a huge spear light burst forth. Boom! With a violent explosion, the elder of the Black Dragon clan's attack collapsed. The spear light didn't stop and pierced through his chest. The elder was pushed back and was pinned to the wall. 6th layer of the Divine King realm, shouted the elder in astonishment. He coughed up blood. What? Qizhou, Huan and the others were astonished. That red-armored man was unexpectedly a cultivator of the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. How terrifying. A 5th layer of the Divine King realm couldn't fight back against the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. Chapter 3587. More importantly, this red-armored burly man obeyed the square-faced man's orders. Obviously, the square-faced man was stronger. The strength of these red-armored men was too shocking. They could probably crush the Black Dragon family. Hozhou's face turned pale. Huan and the others were pleasantly surprised. Plop. At this moment, Ti knelt down. Chuan kneel down. Ti transmitted his voice to Huan. Then Huan knelt down as well. Lords, I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you too. Ti and Huan hurriedly said. Instead of being shocked, they were overjoyed. Initially, they thought that Hozhou would not let them go since they had suffered a crushing defeat. They did not expect these red-armored men to suddenly appear and become their saviors. Naturally, they submitted to the red-armored men. Good, you know what's good for you? The square-faced man nodded and then looked at the others. What about you? There were 9 elders who had betrayed Hozhou. Lu Ming had crippled 4 of them, so there were still 5 left. The eyes of the 5 elders flickered. In the end, 3 of them knelt down to express their submission. The remaining 2 looked conflicted. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Hozhou said with a determined gaze. It was impossible for him to surrender and hand over the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was the foundation of the Black Dragon family. If he handed it over, the Black Dragon family would be crippled. If you don't surrender, then die. The square-faced man said coldly. Lords, there's a layer of restriction outside the Black Dragon Valley. If you want to enter, you need to activate the Black Dragon token. Black Dragon token is with him. Ti pointed at Hozhou and said to the square-faced man. Ti, you traitor. You're despicable. Hozhou shouted. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hojo, hand over the black dragon token to these lords. You won't be able to keep it. Hei-Ti sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He hoped that Hojo would not hand over the black dragon token and be killed by the red-armored men. And that kid. Hei-Ti looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with killing intent. It would be best if that kid was also killed by the red-armored men. Hojo trembled with anger, his eyes red. Hei-Ti, Heichuan, the two of you were begging for mercy earlier. Aren't you afraid now? At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Lu Ming remained calm and unmoved since the arrival of the armored man. He could see that the square-faced man had the highest cultivation base among the armored men. He was in the 7th King God realm. There were also 5 cultivators of the 6th King God layer. The rest were all under the 6th King God layer. Lu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure facing such a battle prowess. Scared? Aha, with these lords here, why would I be afraid? Black Titanium laughed loudly. He was extremely arrogant. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Young lad, I begged for mercy previously as a temporary measure. I wanted to stabilize your situation and then kill you. Do you really think I will beg for mercy?" Not bad. Heichuan followed. Now that they had the support of the blood-armored men, they were not afraid at all. Is that so? I hope you won't regret your words when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hei-Ti's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He recalled Lu Ming's terrifying battle prowess. No, that brat is only in the 3rd King God realm. It's already a miracle that he could defeat a 5th King God realm cultivator. Those armored men are in the 6th King God realm. That square-faced man is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the 6th King God realm. No matter how incredible that brat is, he can't defeat a 6th or 7th King God realm cultivator. Thinking of this, Hei-Ti felt relieved. He thought that he had been overthinking things. A 3rd King God realm cultivator could defeat a 7th King God realm cultivator. Was that even possible? He had never heard of such a thing in his life. Regret? Aha, I, Hei-Ti, have never regretted anything. Hei-Ti sneered. That's right. I, Heichuan, have never regretted anything. Lords, this brat is the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family. He has a good relationship with Peng Zhou. If you want the Black Dragon token, you must kill him first. Heichuan said to the square-faced man. This brat is the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family? The square-faced man was astonished. He could see that Lu Ming was only a 3rd King God realm cultivator. A 3rd King God realm cultivator was the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family? Brat, seems like you're a Heaven's Pride cultivator. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Join us and I'll spare your life. The square-faced man said to Lu Ming. I'll give you 3 breaths to get the hell out of here. If you don't, you'll stay here forever. 3. Lu Ming didn't care about the square-faced man's question. What? The square-faced man was dumbstruck. A 3rd King God realm cultivator was arrogant enough to ask them to get the hell out of here in 3 breaths? Could it be that this kid was an idiot? 2. Lu Ming continued to count down. The square-faced man's face turned cold. He said coldly, Brat, don't play that trick on me. Do you think I'm scared? You're bluffing. 1. Lu Ming continued to count down. Kill him for me. The square-faced man was enraged. He shouted. Die. The man in red armor who had defeated an elder with a single spear attacked. His roar was as loud as thunder. His spear moved like lightning, dashing toward Lu Ming. His cultivation base of the 6th King God realm exploded. His aura was so terrifying that it shook the void. His pressure was like a tsunami pressing toward Lu Ming. Peng Zhou and the others paled and trembled. The 6th King God realm cultivator was terrifying. Die. The man in red armor shouted coldly as if he could already see Lu Ming being killed. However, at this moment Lu Ming took action. He extended his hand and casually grabbed the spear. Bam. What aura? What energy? All of them dispersed. Lu Ming's palm grabbed the tip of the other party's spear firmly. The other party's body stiffened in midair, unable to move at all. This is impossible. Explode. The man in red armor shouted. He released all of his energy, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's divine power burst out. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle character's secret art, increasing his fighting strength by 5 times. He also had 11 different types of divine power. All of them had awakened 4 times or more. The terrifying energy flowed into the man's body through the spear. The man in red armor screamed in agony. His body was blown away and exploded in the air. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Silence. The place fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were opened so wide that they could swallow a goose egg. They were astonished, and in disbelief. A sixth King God Realm cultivator had been killed by Lu Ming so easily. Lu Ming had broken their understanding of him again and again. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you will stay here forever. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. The spear in his hand shook and exploded. It turned into countless pieces and flew out. Chapter 3588. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand was a supreme-grade divine weapon. When it was shaken by Lu Ming's divine power, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew in all directions toward the square-faced man in red armor. Sizzle. Sizzle. The pieces of the spear pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sound. Each piece turned into a spear light and pierced towards the armored men. Not good. Block it. Ah. Roars and screams were heard. The armored men could not block the spear light. Their attacks and defenses were destroyed the moment they came into contact with the spear light. Then their bodies were pierced through by the spear light. The destructive power tore their bodies apart and destroyed their souls. Bang. Bang. The armored men's corpses fell heavily on the ground, creating loud booms. Dead. The dozens of blood-armored men were wiped out in an instant. Only one of them was still alive. It was the square-faced man. That man was indeed in the seventh King God realm. He used his powerful strength to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he was still sent flying 100 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arm almost exploded. At this moment, the place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Their minds were about to stop. What had they just seen? Dozens of powerful blood-armored men were killed in an instant. What kind of strength was this? They were dreaming. They must be dreaming. He Chuan and He Ti screamed in their hearts. They could not believe what had just happened. Slap. He Chuan slapped himself hard to see if he was dreaming. However, he almost fainted from the slap. You're strong. However, it's not enough. Lu Ming looked at the square-faced burly man. He stepped into the air and clenched his fist in the air. The hegemon spear condensed in his forehead and a powerful aura pressed toward the square-faced burly man. The square-faced man's complexion changed drastically, becoming deathly pale without a trace of blood. Lu Ming's strength was already terrifying. However, it was even more terrifying now. He was no match for such strength. He would die here. I am a protector of Blood Dragon Hall. You can't kill me. The square-faced man roared. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not buy it at all. He said coldly, Blood Dragon Hall? Never heard of it. The Blood Dragon Hall has an expert of the 9th Godly King layer. Even though you're strong, you're not a match for a 9th Godly King layer expert. If you kill me, the Blood Dragon Hall won't let you off. The square-faced man still wanted to use the Blood Dragon Hall to suppress Lu Ming. He roared as he retreated. His words caused the expressions of Feng Zhou and the others to change drastically. The Blood Dragon Hall had an expert of the 9th King God layer. It should be noted that in the past 100 years since the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had been revived, the cultivation of the cultivators on the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. However, as far as they knew, the strongest person on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only in the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. Of course, the people from the outer world were excluded. The Blood Dragon Hall had a 9th layer King God realm expert. They were already a top force on the dragon race's mother planet. It was actually such a powerful force that had set their eyes on the Black Dragon family. You talk too much. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He stepped on the void and closed in on the square-faced man. The tyrant god spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear radiance as it pierced towards the square-faced man. Lu Ming had activated a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his body, making him look even more like a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. After activating a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood, Lu Ming's strength was even stronger. The spear was almost unstoppable. The square-faced man roared and activated all of his strength. His divine power burned like flames as he held a giant hammer in his hand and struck it out. Boom. The heavens and earth shook violently as the giant hammer and the tyrant god spear clashed together, creating huge waves that swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the giant hammer shook violently and shattered into pieces with a crack. The tyrant god spear did not stop there. In a flash, it pierced through the square-faced man's forehead and stabbed him in the air. Plop. At this moment, He Chuan and He Ti's bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. They looked at Lu Ming with pale faces and despair. Bang! Lu Ming landed in front of He Ti and He Chuan. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was as cold as a blade. Hojo, let us go. I beg you, second uncle, please. Once again Black Titanium begged Quang Zhou for mercy with tears and snot. But this time, Hojo's expression was cold and unmoved. You also begged me for mercy before. Originally, I was already soft-hearted, but when the Blood Dragon Hall came, you immediately turned against me and wanted to borrow their strength to kill me. Aha, now you want me to spare you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Hojo sneered. He was extremely disgusted with He Ti and He Chuan. Don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. He Ti screamed, filled with regret. If he had known that Lu Ming was so strong, he would not have joined the Blood Dragon Hall when they came. I remember you saying that you don't even know how to write the word regret? What? You know now. Lu Ming said indifferently. Aye. He Ti's old face turned red. At this time, Lu Ming's spear shook, and two spear lights shot out, piercing He Ti and He Chuan's dantian and crippling their star cores. The two of them screamed miserably, filled with despair. Hojo, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming looked at Hojo. Hojo silently nodded and stepped forward. His divine power condensed into a saber. No. He Ti and He Chuan screamed and begged for mercy, but this time Hojo was unmoved. The saber light swept out and blood splattered everywhere. Two heads flew out. Plop. At this time a few more people knelt down. They were the elders of the Elder Hall who had joined He Ti. Young Lord, we were also bewitched by He Ti. Please forgive us. Yes, young Lord, please forgive us. We will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Hall will not let us go. The He Long family is in need of people. Several elders spoke in succession. They were all elders who had joined He Ti before. Moreover, after the Blood Dragon Hall had arrived, they had immediately joined them. Now, although they were begging for mercy, they were secretly threatening Peng Prefecture. The Blood Dragon Hall was about to arrive, and the He Long family needed them. Hojo's face turned gloomy as he pondered. The He Long family had suffered heavy losses due to the internal strife. Lu Ming had crippled 4 elders and He Ti was already dead. If he had to kill these elders, the He Long family's strength would be incomparably weak. Quality is more important than quantity. What's the use of keeping these people? When the Blood Dragon Hall arrives, they might immediately betray us. At that time they won't be of help, but enemies. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 3589. Lu Ming's words caused the expressions of the Black Dragon family's elders to change. Why you? The elders pointed at Lu Ming, cursing Lu Ming 10,000 times in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. What a joke. If they angered Lu Ming, they wouldn't have any chance. Lu Ming, you're right. The 3 of you pledged allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall and can't be kept alive. As for the other 2, they didn't pledge allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall earlier. Quan Zhou finally made his decision. As soon as Feng Zhou said that, the 3 elders roared furiously and charged towards Feng Zhou. They were very decisive. When Quan Zhou said that he wouldn't let them off, they directly attacked. They wanted to take Quan Zhou as a hostage and escape. However, their every move was completely under Lu Ming's control. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming moved as well. 3 beams of spear gleams shot out and nailed the 3 elders to the ground. Quan Zhou paled slightly. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. Quan Zhou's character was still too indecisive. If he didn't change, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later. However, he didn't deliberately remind him. Quan Zhou had saved his life. He had helped Quan Zhou recover the dragon vein and quelled the rebellion. He had already returned the favor. How far Quan Zhou could go in the future would be up to him. After all, Lu Ming couldn't stay in the Black Dragon family's home planet forever. His main purpose here was to find Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. At the same time, he could borrow the strength of the Black Dragon family's home planet to raise his cultivation base. He would have to leave sooner or later. Many thanks to the young master for not killing us. The other 2 elders who hadn't joined the Blood Dragon Hall let out a long sigh and cupped their fists toward Quan Zhou and Lu Ming. I'll spare your lives. I hope you won't disappoint me. Quan Zhou's gaze was cold. The 2 elders' hearts trembled. They bowed and said, We are willing to swear on our life essence that we will be loyal to the young master in the future. Only then did Quan Zhou's expression improve. Young master, what should we do with them? An elder who had been on Feng Zhou's side asked. He was referring to the 4 elders whose dragon veins had been destroyed by Lu Ming. Kill them all. Feng Zhou ordered with a cold face. Amidst the screams and pleas for mercy, an elder attacked and killed the 4 elders. In this battle, 7 out of the 12 elders of the Black Dragon clan had died. It could be said that the loss was disastrous. Lu Ming, thank you. Feng Zhou walked over and solemnly cupped his hands to Lu Ming to express his gratitude. In fact, he was still extremely shocked. He had never expected that when he saved Lu Ming, he would actually save a great expert. It's nothing. However, we have to be on guard against the Blood Dragon Hall. With so many of their people dead, they definitely won't let this matter rest. They'll definitely come for revenge. Lu Ming reminded. If the Blood Dragon Hall comes, we'll just fight to the death. Kuo gritted his teeth. There's no need to fight to the death. My cultivation hasn't fully recovered. If my cultivation recovers a little more, even a 9th layer Divine King won't be a problem. Lu Ming paused for a moment and said, I heard that there are great opportunities and treasures in the Black Dragon Valley. If I can cultivate in the Black Dragon Valley, I might be able to recover quickly. He was indeed curious about the Black Dragon Valley. With the revival of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the cultivation environment had become shockingly good. What kind of opportunities would there be in the ruins left behind by the Dragon Clan's powerful forces? It was indeed worth looking forward to. All right, if Brother Lu wants to enter the Black Dragon Valley, we'll go in immediately. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, Feng Zhou nodded without any hesitation. Then Feng Zhou called a group of people to clean up the scene. He then asked the Black Dragon clan to be on guard and inform him immediately if anything happened. After that, he led Lu Ming and the 3 elders to the back of the Black Dragon clan. Behind the Black Dragon clan, there was a continuous stretch of mountains. One after another, they were incomparably majestic, towering into the clouds. Soon the 3 of them arrived in front of a valley. This is the Black Dragon Valley, but there are restrictions here that haven't dissipated yet. We need the Black Dragon token to open it. Moreover, there are dragon beasts inside, so be careful when you go in. Feng Zhou said. Lu Ming nodded. Then Feng Zhou took out a jade talisman with a lifelike black divine dragon coiled around it. This was the Black Dragon token. After inputting the divine dragon, the Black Dragon token lit up and let out a dragon roar. Then a black divine dragon flew out from the Black Dragon token. The black dragon flew out of the valley and circled around it. A light screen appeared at the entrance of the valley. At this time, the light screen opened up a gap. The restriction is open, let's go, Feng Zhou said. His body moved and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming and the 3 elders also rushed into the valley. So big? As soon as they rushed into the valley, Lu Ming felt that the valley in front of him was rapidly expanding. Previously, the valley was about 1,000 meters wide. But now, the valley had become tens of thousands of miles wide like a continent. There were all kinds of plants growing in the valley. They were huge and full of vitality. What dense divine qi! Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt that the air was filled with extremely dense divine qi. Outside, the divine qi was dense enough, but compared to the Black Dragon Valley, it was much weaker. Separated by a restriction, it was a completely different world. Lu Ming involuntarily circulated the universe myriad Tao scripture. Instantly, the divine qi from all directions rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming refined it and turned it into his divine power. Then the divine power flowed into the star core in Lu Ming's dantian and repaired the cracks on it. Boom. In just a dozen breaths, a powerful aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the 4th layer of King God realm. I thought that I would need 2 years to recover to my peak, but here I don't need 2 years. Is this a ruin left behind by the Divine Dragon tribe? I just came in, but it's already so amazing. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Brother Lu Yu. Feng Zhou and the 3 elders looked at Lu Ming in surprise. I just recovered some of my cultivation base. Come, let's go inside, Lu Ming said. Now he was looking forward to it. He had learned from Feng Zhou that 100 years ago, before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet had recovered, the Black Dragon Tribe's people were not allowed to enter the Black Dragon Valley, even if they had the Black Dragon token. Until the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered 100 years ago, they could use the Black Dragon token to enter the Black Dragon Valley. As soon as they entered the Black Dragon Valley, they obtained many amazing divine herbs. With these divine herbs, the Black Dragon Valley's people's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered and dried up, the Black Dragon Valley was not dried up. It was a cultivation holy land with extremely dense divine qi. It was just blocked by a restriction. So, after so many years, how many treasures and divine herbs had been produced in the Black Dragon Valley? Chapter 3590. The outside world was desolate. but inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was always a rich divine aura. After so many years, the opportunities here were definitely astonishing. The three of them walked deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was huge. It didn't look like a valley at all. It was like a world. We've explored the area in front of the Black Dragon Valley. We've harvested the divine herbs. There's nothing left. If we want to get more divine herbs, we have to go deeper. Hojo explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder they hadn't seen anything after walking for a while. Inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was a rich divine aura that had been nurtured all year round. Even the plants were filled with endless vitality and grew incomparably strong. A stalk of grass was often taller than a person. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. They were moving at a fast speed. Be careful. It's a dragon, Hojo said. As soon as he said that, 9 huge creatures pounced on Lu Ming. A strong wind blew, and the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. It was a huge snake more than 10 meters long. It was covered in scales and had dragon horns on its head. However, there were no dragon claws on its abdomen. It didn't look like a flood dragon. A flood dragon looked like a divine dragon. Moreover, it had 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was obviously a huge snake with dragon horns on its head. Dragon. A dragon in the first heaven of the king god realm. However, this realm was nothing in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's finger was like a spear. When he pointed it out, a beam of spear gleam burst forth and directly pierced through the head of the python. Rustle, 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 rustle. However, there were more sounds in the surroundings. Then one by one they pounced on Lu Ming and the group from all directions and charged toward them. However, these snakes were all in the first heaven of the king god realm. They weren't a threat. Hojo and Heiyu attacked. Divine light shot out and killed the snakes one by one. Soon, more than a dozen corpses of the snakes appeared on the ground. The scene quieted down. In the Black Dragon Valley, the weakest dragon is in the first heaven of the king god realm. The deeper we go, the stronger the dragon is, Hojo explained. Lu Ming nodded. They continued their journey. Then more and more dragons attacked them. When they entered this place, they would be sensed by the dragon beast. The dragon beast would attack them crazily for some reason. Soon they had traveled over 100,000 kilometers. With a loud roar, the earth shook and a huge lion-like dragon beast appeared in front of them. This dragon beast was 10 meters tall and looked like a lion. However, its entire body was covered in scales. Dracolian beast. It was this Dracolian beast that injured me. Chijo's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Lu Ming observed the draconic lion beast. It had the cultivation base of the 4th king god layer. It was very strong. Feng Zhou had only the 3rd king god layer, so he wasn't a match for it. Young master, I'll kill him, an elder said loudly. There's no need. Leave it to me. You guys keep watch for me. Peng Zhou waved his hand and stopped the elder. Young master, but you, several elders were worried. Don't worry. Last time, I was accidentally injured by this Dracolian beast because I was trying to save Heichuan. Moreover, after recovering, my cultivation has improved again. Dealing with this Dracolian beast won't be a problem, Peng Zhou said confidently. He was a prodigy and his combat strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although the Dracolian beast was 1 level higher than him, he was not afraid. Last time he was only distracted because he was saving Heichuan. That was why the Dracolian beast had destroyed his dragon vein. Now that he encountered it again, he wanted to take revenge himself. Lu Ming stood aside and said nothing. This Dracolian beast had become Peng Zhou's inner demon. If he could kill it, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. At this moment, the Dracolian beast roared and ran towards them. The ground rumbled as it stomped on the ground. It was terrifying. Beast, come. Peng Zhou's eyes were filled with killing intent as a dragon spear appeared in his hand. Many dragon men use spears as their weapon. Kill. Feng Zhou stomped on the ground and shot out toward the Dracolian beast, engaging it in close combat with the beast. The Dracolian beast was very strong. Ordinary cultivators in the 4th layer of the king god realm were no match for it. However, Peng Zhou's strength was also shocking. He could fight with a higher level. With his cultivation in the 3rd layer of the king god realm, it was hard to tell who would win. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Peng Zhou and the Dracolian beast had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this point, both the Dracolian beast and Peng Zhou were injured and covered in blood. At this moment, the Dracolian beast was finally afraid. It roared and ran away. Where are you going? Die. Peng Zhou was also injured, but his fighting spirit was getting stronger. It was as if it was about to turn into stone. He shot towards the Dracolian beast like an arrow. "Bastard, get the hell back." An elder appeared in front of the Dracolian beast. He waved his hand and forced the Dracolian beast to retreat. These elders were all in the 5th layer of the King God realm. It was easy for them to stop the Dracolian beast. The Dracolian beast was forced to retreat. Peng Zhou had arrived, so the Dracolian beast could only continue fighting. However, the Dracolian beast's morale was low. Peng Zhou was getting stronger and stronger. He was starting to gain the upper hand. Peng Zhou is going to win. Lu Ming nodded. The outcome of the battle was clear. As expected, the two sides exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Peng Zhou was stronger. He stabbed his spear into the Dracolian beast's head and killed it. Uff. Peng Zhou panted heavily, but his eyes were bright. The next moment, Peng Zhou sat down cross-legged. Then, from all directions, an extremely dense divine aura gathered towards him. He's about to break through. Lu Ming was surprised, but he quickly understood. Peng Zhou's cultivation had been at the peak of the 3rd layer of the King God realm. He had broken through, and now that he had killed the Dracolian beast and gotten rid of his heart demon, he had finally broken through. At the same time, Lu Ming sighed. This was also related to the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Outside, even if he had the same opportunity, he might not be able to break through. The main reason was that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too good. Endless divine aura gathered towards Peng Zhou from all directions, turning into Peng Zhou's divine power. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. In just a few hours, Peng Zhou's body emitted a powerful aura. His cultivation had entered the 4th layer of the King God realm. Moreover, the injuries he had received from the fight with the Dracolian beast were all healed. He was in peak condition. Peng Zhou stood up, his eyes shining brightly. "Peng Zhou, congratulations." Lu Ming walked over with a smile. "Compared to Brother Lu, I'm still far behind. Let's continue. If we continue, we'll reach a place we haven't explored yet. The strength of the Dracolian beasts will also increase," Peng Zhou said. However, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Peng Zhou and the others were not worried. They continued their journey. As expected, the Dracolian beasts that appeared next were all at least in the 4th layer of the King God realm. Some of them even came in groups. Peng Zhou and the 3 elders felt a great pressure. Chapter 3591. Peng Zhou and the 3 elders felt pressured by the group of dragon beasts. However, with Lu Ming around, it was not a problem. When Lu Ming attacked, no matter if they were in the 4th or 5th layer of the King God realm, they were all killed instantly. There's a pressure between heaven and earth. It's amazing. Lu Ming frowned. He could feel a strong pressure pressing down on him between heaven and earth. The deeper they went into the Black Dragon Valley, the stronger the pressure. Soon they had traveled a distance. What a strong medicinal fragrance. That's the golden scale fruit. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a half-meter tall tree in front of them. It was verdant and there were 3 golden fruits growing on it. Lu Ming recognized that it was the golden scale fruit. There were also golden scale fruits outside. However, the medicinal fragrance of the ordinary golden scale fruits could not be compared to the 3 golden scale fruits. The 3 golden scale fruits had a strong medicinal fragrance and strong vitality. It was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary golden scale fruits. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the rich vitality. "This is the limit of our exploration," Peng Zhou said. The divine herbs and treasures that they had explored were all taken away. From here on, they had not explored any further. Naturally, there were many divine herbs. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the golden scale fruits. With a roar, a huge golden dragon rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. It was a 5th layer King God realm dragon beast. It was strong, but Lu Ming did not take it seriously. He waved his hand and a spear light shot out, killing the dragon beast. Then Lu Ming picked a golden scale fruit. What a strong vitality. Refining this golden scale fruit will be of great help to my injuries. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He swallowed the golden scaled fruit and began to refine it. Lu Ming did not let the measure character art refine it. This kind of divine medicine was extremely pure, and there was no need for the measure character art to refine it. His refining speed was also very fast, and there was a benefit to refining it himself, which was that he could heal faster. As soon as the golden scaled fruit entered his mouth, it turned into surging life energy that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. It then slowly gathered towards the 11 star cores, nourishing Lu Ming's star cores. Some small cracks on the star core were slowly healing. In fact, Lu Ming's large amount of divine power was still stored in the quantifying character formula. But this divine power was of no help to Lu Ming's recuperation. This divine strength was Lu Ming's divine strength at the Divine Lord realm, boundless and formidable. If Lu Ming were to use this divine strength to heal himself, then before he could even heal himself, he would instead be struck by the impact of this boundless divine strength. The powerful divine power entering the star core would probably cause the cracks in the star core to widen. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use this divine power to heal himself. The life energy in the golden scaled fruit was extremely rich, and Lu Ming's refining speed was very fast. In less than an hour, the entire golden scaled fruit was completely refined, and Lu Ming's injuries were a little better. Then Lu Ming picked the second golden scaled fruit and swallowed it, continuing to refine it. Seeing Lu Ming refining the golden scaled fruit, Feng Zhou and the three elders stood guard in all directions, protecting Lu Ming. In fact, there was no need for them to protect him. Although Lu Ming was refining the golden scaled fruit, he did not wholeheartedly refine it. He divided a part of his mind to pay attention to his surroundings. If a dragon beast attacked him, he could launch a thunderous attack in an instant. Another hour later, Lu Ming continued to refine the third fruit. Boom. When the third golden scaled fruit was refined, a rumbling sound came from Lu Ming's body, and a powerful aura spread out. Fifth layer God King Realm. After refining 3 golden scaled fruits, Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and his cultivation base was restored to the 5th layer God King Realm. Feng Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. Was it so easy to make a breakthrough in cultivation base? He had only refined 3 golden scaled fruits, and he had broken through? Although the energy contained in the divine herbs here was shocking, it was impossible for them to make a breakthrough so easily. If it was so easy, their cultivation bases would have already soared to the heavens. I'm just recovering from my injuries. My previous cultivation base was far above the 5th layer God King Realm. Seeing Feng Zhou and the others' expressions, Lu Ming explained. Because his cultivation base would continue to recover, he didn't want Feng Zhou and the others to be too shocked. Feng Zhou and the others nodded, and they continued onward. As expected, the Black Dragon family had not explored the next area, and the number of divine herbs increased. On the way they constantly found divine herbs. Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs, while Feng Zhou and the others shared the other half. After all, the dragon beasts were already very strong, and Feng Zhou and the others could no longer resist them. They could only rely on Lu Ming to kill the dragon beasts, so Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs. Lu Ming didn't hold back. The divine herbs here were really amazing, and they were extremely useful for his recovery. Now wasn't the time to hold back. Moreover, these divine herbs would be very useful even if his cultivation base was restored to its peak. It could increase his cultivation base rapidly. Lu Ming took out a dragon-shaped ginseng as thick as an arm and swallowed it in one gulp. He refined it as he moved forward. Although the refining speed would slow down a lot, it wouldn't waste any time. Soon they had traveled another 100,000 li. Lu Ming's storage ring was filled with more than 100 different divine herbs, each of them shockingly effective. Some of the divine herbs were unique to this place, and some of them could be found outside, but their efficacy was far inferior to the ones here. Every stock of divine medicine was priceless when taken out. Brother Lu, it's difficult for us to continue. Feng Zhou sighed as they reached this place. The dragon beasts here were already very strong, and there were even dragon beasts above the 7th layer of the King God realm. Even with Lu Ming's protection, Feng Zhou and the others found it difficult to move forward. Brother Lu, if you want to continue exploring, we'll stay here and you can continue. What do you think? Feng Zhou asked. To be honest, Feng Zhou also wanted to know what was in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley, and what the situation was like. Alright, I'll send you to a safe area, and then I'll go in to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then they retreated. Lu Ming sent Feng Zhou and the others to a safe place, and then he continued to move deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Without Feng Zhou and the others, he could move much faster on his own. He didn't want to fight, so he took any divine herbs he saw. Just like that, after a period of time, Lu Ming's body exuded a powerful aura. As he moved forward, he refined the divine herbs. His injuries recovered a little, and his cultivation base was restored to the 6th layer of the King God realm. After recovering to the 6th layer of the King God realm, Lu Ming was even stronger. The dragon beasts here were no match for him. Even the 9th layer of the King God realm Dragon God wasn't a match for Lu Ming. However, as they went deeper into the Black Dragon Valley, the pressure between heaven and earth became stronger, suppressing Lu Ming's performance. He was at the 6th layer of the King God realm, but now he was at the 5th layer of the King God realm. The further they went, the greater the pressure. Chapter 3592. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a stalk of divine herb in front of him. It wasn't a fruit and looked no different from a stalk of grass. However, this stalk of grass was emitting a shocking wave of energy. It was definitely a divine herb. What kind of grass is this? I've never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised. Kid, this is the life origin grass, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, it can help awaken the divine origin power factor. Gu Mo's voice came from his sea of consciousness. What? It can help awaken the divine origin power factor? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. Furthermore, it's not just a first awakening or a second awakening. Even a fourth awakening, a fifth awakening, or even a sixth awakening would be of great help in assimilating the Genesis grass. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was then ecstatic. It would be of great help to those who had awakened 4, 5, or even 6 times. That was simply heaven-defying. It was just a divine herb. Generally speaking, the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin needed cultivators to continue comprehending and cultivating. It was difficult for external forces to help. However, the Eldritch universe was vast and boundless. There would always be some rare treasures. These treasures had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. They could directly help cultivators cultivate the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin, saving a lot of time. For example, the Divine Force Pearl and Demonic Origin Fruit that Lu Ming had encountered before were such treasures. However, the Divine Force Pearl and Demonic Origin Fruit could only help those who had not awakened the secret arts of the origin. Another treasure, the Flying Demon Liquid, could help those who had not awakened the Divine Origin Power Factor or those who had awakened it once. The further one went, the worse the effect would be. However, the Life Origin Grass could help those who had awakened their Divine Origin Power Factor 4, 5, or 6 times. Such an effect was heaven-defying and priceless. If people knew about it, they would go crazy. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. No wonder all the powerful forces in the Eldritch universe would gather at the Dragon Race's mother planet. The top 100 races on the Eldritch universe 10,000 races list can't enter. Otherwise, the geniuses of those races would be here too. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. During this period of time on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it was a good time to harvest opportunities. He could not miss it. Lu Ming took out a jade box and walked over to pluck the Genesis grass and placed it inside. Now was not the time to refine it. He would refine it after he got out. After putting away the Genesis grass, Lu Ming began searching the area again. Roaring like thunder, several powerful dragon beasts appeared and pounced towards Lu Ming. There were 3 dragons in total. Their bodies were as huge as hills, and their auras were terrifying. They were all in the 9th King God layer. Roar! The 3 dragon beasts pounced towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and the Tyrant God spear appeared in his hand. Then he activated the power of the primordial divine blood, allowing his strength to reach an astonishing level. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and shot towards the 3 dragon beasts like a cannonball. He collided with one of the dragon beasts. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon beast was sent flying. It slid on the ground for a few thousand meters, and a bloody hole appeared on its body. However, it struggled for a while and stood up again. I failed to kill it instantly. Lu Ming shook his head. His cultivation was in the 6th King God layer, and he had used the primordial divine blood. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for him to kill a dragon beast in the 9th King God layer. However, the pressure here was too strong. Lu Ming was under great pressure, and the dragon beasts were fine. That was why he failed to kill the 3 dragon beasts. However, Lu Ming's strength was obviously at an advantage. Die. Lu Ming continued to stab with the Tyrant God's spear. Spear light shot out, and each spear light was extremely sharp. It left bloody holes on the dragon beasts' bodies. In the end, after a dozen moves, the 3 dragons in the 9th King God layer were killed by Lu Ming. After killing the 3 dragon beasts, Lu Ming searched the nearby area and finally found 2 more tufts of source life grass. Together with the previous tuft, there were 3 tufts. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The dragon beasts that appeared in front of him were all in the 9th King God layer. Lu Ming avoided some of the dragon beasts and killed the ones that he could not avoid. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not encounter any treasures like the Genesis grass. However, he found many other divine herbs. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped and looked in front of him in shock. The area in front of him rippled like water. It was as if a mirror had appeared in front of him, separating the area from the front and back. Separated by the mirror, he could clearly see the scenery behind the mirror. There was a lush forest, and even divine herbs grew there. Lu Ming did not rush forward rashly. He walked along one side and found that the mirror-like space had really separated the area. If he wanted to move forward, he would have to break through the mirror. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and controlled it to fly forward. The battle sword easily passed through the mirror and flew to the other side. It did not look strange at all. Seems like there is no problem. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He released his divine power and set up several layers of defense around him in case something unexpected happened. Then Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed toward the mirror. It was as if he had just passed through a layer of water. Lu Ming passed through the mirror and arrived on the other side. However, as soon as he appeared on the other side, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. He was originally in the 6th layer of the Divine King realm, but it felt like he had been suppressed to the 4th layer of the Divine King realm. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered something new. The divine qi here was extremely dense. It was several times denser than outside the mirror. Every time he breathed, dense divine qi rushed into Lu Ming's body. The space here, Lu Ming looked around and was shocked. Hell here was even wider. At a glance, it was boundless. When he had been on the other side of the mirror, Lu Ming had felt that the Black Dragon Valley was 10,000 li wide. But here it was far more than that. It was at least 100,000 li wide. However, when he had been on the other side, he had not felt it at all. After passing through the mirror, it felt like his territory had expanded by 10 times. Kid, this is the spatial folding technique. Guillemot said. Spatial folding technique. To be able to use spatial folding technique in the ancient desolate universe, this cultivation level. Lu Ming widened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. Spatial folding technique could fold a large territory and turn it into a very small territory. It could be just the size of a palm, but it could contain millions of li of territory. It was extremely mysterious. However, to do this, one had to be extremely strong and have a deep understanding of space. Chapter 3593. In a minor dimension, Lu Ming had seen Bubble use spatial folding technology. But that was only a minor dimension. The space there was fragile and couldn't be compared to the great desolate universe. But even in a minor dimension, Bubble's cultivation base had reached an extremely high realm for it to be able to do it. But in the great desolate universe, space was extremely stable. To use spatial folding was shockingly difficult. Spatial folding wasn't as simple as tearing space. Tearing apart space, any random Divine Lord Realm powerhouse could accomplish it. But space had a restorative property. If you tore space or exploded space, space would quickly recover. And if space was folded, space would quickly recover. But in Black Dragon Valley, space had clearly been folded for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years ago. How many years had it been since then? But the folded space was still preserved. That was terrifying. The existence that could use spatial folding was unimaginably strong. Then Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder if the revival of the dragon race's mother planet had something to do with this spatial folding. Space had a restorative property. Even if a powerful existence folded space, it would slowly recover over time. Could it be that spatial folding was slowly recovering, causing the divine qi inside to overflow and spread to the dragon race's mother planet, causing it to revive and fill everything with vitality? It was very likely. Although the divine qi of Black Dragon Valley definitely wasn't enough. But the dragon race's mother planet was incomparably huge. Dozens of stellar years ago, how many ruins and cultivation holy lands had been left behind? If those ruins and cultivation holy lands overflowed with divine qi, it was very likely that the dragon race's mother planet would revive. Let's not worry about that for now. The divine qi here is even denser. I reckon it will give birth to even more amazing treasures. Let's look for them. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. He then started to look around. There's a blood-red gem over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large stone on the ground in front of him. There was a blood-red gem embedded in the stone. The gem was sparkling and looked extraordinary. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly charged over. Once he was near the blood-red crystal, Lu Ming immediately felt a gush of dragon power emanating from the blood-red crystal. Is this a dragon bloodstone? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes lit up. Legend had it that the blood of a powerful dragon could form a dragon bloodstone. Of course, as time passed, the essence of the dragon bloodstone would slowly dissipate, and it would become an ordinary stone. However, this dragon bloodstone seemed to be filled with essence qi. This was definitely no small matter. One had to know that no one had entered the Black Dragon Valley for at least dozens of stellar years. Even after such a long time, the dragon bloodstone was still full of essence energy. The divine dragon that had spilled its dragon blood back then was unimaginably powerful. Dig it out. Lu Ming's heart was burning. The value of a dragon blood stone formed from the blood of an incomparably powerful divine dragon was absolutely astonishing. Regardless of whether it was used to refine divine pills or divine weapons, it was a supreme treasure. In particular, Lu Ming had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. He could even directly absorb and refine the energy within the dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming immediately took out a divine artifact battle sword and began to dig. Clang. The divine artifact battle sword slashed at the rocks around the dragon bloodstone. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions. This rock was incomparably tough. Lu Ming only managed to cut off a small piece. The objects on the dragon race's mother planet were already extraordinary. The rocks were incomparably tough. However, the rocks around the dragon bloodstone were even tougher. Chop chop, I'll chop chop chop. Lu Ming unleashed the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated all the divine power in his body. The battle sword buzzed as it continuously slashed at the rocks. Sparks flew in all directions. Small pieces of the rocks were cut off. Slowly, a fist-sized, blood-red, crystal-clear dragon bloodstone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Just then, a roar came from the forest. The roar was like thunder, causing space to explode. Many trees were destroyed, and a massive dragon beast appeared in the forest. A dragon lion beast. Lu Ming's eyes widened. It was different from the dragon lion beasts he had encountered before. This one was at least 10 times larger than the ones he had encountered before. Furthermore, its aura was incomparably shocking. It was a first-layer divine lord. Could it be that the dragon beasts behind the mirror are all divine lords? Not good. Lu Ming's heart jumped. In this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed. His cultivation level of a 6th-tier king god realm was suppressed to a 4th-tier king god realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming couldn't use his full strength. He had 11 origin secret arts that had severed their shackles. However, he couldn't use them all at once. That was because using so many origin secret arts consumed a lot of divine power. However, Lu Ming's star core was currently covered in cracks. He couldn't use the number character art's divine power. So when Lu Ming had fought before, he had only used the Tyrant God Spear. He hadn't used any other origin secret arts. As a result, with his 4th-layer Divine King cultivation base, Lu Ming definitely wasn't a match for a 1st-layer Divine Lord Dragon Beast. Quick. Lu Ming increased his speed. His sword turned into a blur as he continuously slashed at the rock. In the end, with a clang, the battle sword broke into 2 pieces. However, at this time the dragon bloodstone was completely dug out. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the dragon bloodstone. At this moment, the dragon lion beast had also reached Lu Ming. With a loud roar, circles of sound waves were emitted from its mouth, sweeping toward Lu Ming. At the same time, one of the dragon lion beast's claws swiped at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like heavenly blades cutting through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Chen condensed an origin secret art, the heavenly profound shield, in front of him. Clang. Boom. The dragon lion beast's attack landed on the heavenly profound shield. The heavenly profound shield shook violently and was sent flying back, crashing into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into a large rock. Lu Ming felt as if his bones were about to break. He vomited a mouthful of blood. No, I've been suppressed too miserably. The difference in cultivation base is too great. I can't fight it head-on. Run. Lu Ming got up and crazily rushed back. The dragon lion beast chased after him. In an instant, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the mirror, and charged out without the slightest hesitation. What made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief was that when the dragon lion beast chased after him to the side of the mirror, it stopped and did not pursue him. Instead, it roared at Lu Ming through the mirror. Its eyes, which were as big as wash basins, emitted a cold, murderous intent. Roar. Roar. Following that, another loud roar came from that forest. It was another several Divine Lord Realm existences. That was close. Lu Ming let out a long breath. It seemed that the area behind the mirror was still not a place he could enter. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 3594. The Black Dragon Valley was even bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Someone had used a spatial folding technique to fold it into a small valley. Lu Ming had no idea how far he had explored. Evidently, this region was very extraordinary. Oh, right, Autumn Moon was transported from the Lost Star River to the Dragon Race's home planet. The Lost Star River is the territory of the six-clawed black dragon. This place is called the Black Dragon Valley. Will Autumn Moon be transported here? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart began to burn. But then his heart sank again. If Autumn Moon was really transported here, then there definitely wasn't anything outside. He had already explored this place. Then it would be very dangerous inside. Heaven helps the worthy. I hope Autumn Moon is fine. I'll go ask Feng Zhou and the others if this place has anything to do with the six-clawed black dragon. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then left the place in a flash. Not long later, Lu Ming came to a remote place and took out the Dragon Bloodstone. He was impatient to test out the Dragon Bloodstone's effect. He held the Dragon Bloodstone in his hand and sized it up carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he inhaled and sucked the Dragon Bloodstone into his mouth. As soon as the Dragon Bloodstone entered his mouth, a dragon's roar came out. Tiny blood-colored divine dragons charged toward Lu Ming's body. What powerful energy! An ordinary person would find it hard to refine. But it's me. Primordial divine blood, refine it for me. Lu Ming controlled the primordial divine dragon blood in his heart. The primordial divine dragon blood immediately transformed into a huge divine dragon with 9 claws. It emitted an ancient aura and roared at the sky. An incomparably powerful energy erupted from its mouth. The little dragons formed from the Dragon Bloodstone's energy all flew toward the primordial divine dragon formed from the primordial divine blood. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the energy within the Dragon Bloodstone was constantly being refined. The impurities, impure things, impure wills and other things were all being refined into pure energy. This refinement took 3 days. 3 days later, the energy of the Dragon Bloodstone had been completely refined. This was because he had the primordial god blood. Otherwise, not to mention 3 days, even 300 years might not be enough to refine a single Dragon Bloodstone. After refining the Dragon Bloodstone, 2 drops of blood appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Primordial divine blood. Lu Ming was ecstatic. This was the primordial divine dragon blood. 1 drop was the original one, while the other drop was a new one. Lu Ming did not expect that after refining a piece of Dragon Bloodstone, he would actually refine out a drop of primeval divine dragon blood. After cultivating the primordial divine body to this stage, the path of cultivation was relatively simple. He just had to continuously condense primordial divine blood. At first it was 1 drop, then 2 drops, then 3 drops. In the end, all the blood in his body would turn into primordial divine blood. Then he would be done. However, it was extremely difficult to condense the primordial divine blood. Ever since Lu Ming had condensed the first drop, he had not made any progress in condensing the second drop. Now, after refining a piece of Dragon Bloodstone, he had condensed the second drop. However, the second drop of primordial divine blood was very small. It was only 1/5 the size of the first drop. It was not full yet. He would need to continue cultivating to reach the same size as the first drop. However, this was already a significant improvement. After the second drop of primordial divine blood appeared, Lu Ming's power would definitely be stronger than the first drop. The divine dragon that spilled the dragon blood is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Ming exclaimed. The dragon blood had turned into a Dragon Bloodstone. After so many years, its essence had not dissipated. On top of that, it was able to condense the primordial divine blood. That divine dragon was definitely terrifying. Moreover, my injuries have healed a little. My cultivation base has recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming smiled. During the process of refining the Dragon Bloodstone, a small amount of energy had leaked out. Lu Ming had absorbed the energy and healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. It's been a few days. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards Feng Zhou and the others. Soon Lu Ming saw Feng Zhou and the 3 elders. However, the 4 of them looked anxious. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Feng Zhou, what's going on? Lu Ming asked directly. He could naturally tell that Feng Zhou and the others were anxious. Brother Lu, not long ago, I received news that the people of Blood Dragon Hall are here again. Feng Zhou quickly said. They're here again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Before they had entered, Feng Zhou had warned the Black Dragon family that if the people of Blood Dragon Hall were to come again, they should immediately surrender and wait for them to leave. However, the situation outside was unclear. Feng Zhou and the others were naturally worried. However, with their strength it would be useless even if they left. Hence, they had been waiting for Lu Ming. Now they could only rely on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, if the Blood Dragon Hall really has a 9th layer King God Realm expert, Can you deal with him? If you can't, find a chance to leave. Feng Zhou said. A 9th layer King God Realm expert is fine. Lu Ming smiled. Now that his cultivation base had recovered to the 7th layer of the King God Realm, although he still couldn't use the various origin secret techniques to his heart's content, the other party was a 9th layer King God Realm expert. Moreover, without any external suppression, he could even kill a 1st layer King God Realm expert. What was there to fear from the Blood Dragon Hall? Feng Zhou and the others were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming's confidence. Now they could only rely on Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Black Dragon family and the Black Dragon Valley would be taken over by others. Without further ado, they immediately rushed out of the Black Dragon Valley. At this moment, the Black Dragon family was surrounded. There were at least a few hundred experts in blood-red armor surrounding the Black Dragon family. The members of the Black Dragon family gathered in an open space. Lords of the Blood Dragon Hall, the Black Dragon family is willing to surrender. An elder from the Black Dragon family said. This was what Feng Zhou had told them before. If they couldn't win, they would surrender immediately to stabilize the situation. Since you're surrendering, hand over the Black Dragon token. Also, many experts of the Blood Dragon Hall died last time. Who killed them? Hand them over. An elder from the Blood Dragon Hall said. His eyes were blood-red and blood-red scales appeared on his skin. He looked ferocious and terrifying. This person was the Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall, a 9th layer King God Realm expert. The Black Dragon token is in the hands of our young master. The ones who killed the experts of the Blood Dragon Hall are not from the Black Dragon family. They're currently in the Black Dragon Valley. We've already spread the news. I believe they'll be out soon. The elder from the Black Dragon family said. He didn't hide anything. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation. I hope you're not lying. I'll give you 1 day. If the person I want isn't here by then, the Black Dragon family can wait to be annihilated. The Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall said coldly. Chapter 3595. Time quickly passed, but Pang Zhou, Lu Ming, and the others still hadn't appeared. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. It seems that you're lying to me. You're courting death. The Blood Dragon Hall Master's expression was gloomy. His hand was like a dragon claw as he grabbed at the air and caught a disciple of the Black Dragon family. No. Wait. Shouted the elder of the Black Dragon family. Bang. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master clenched his fist and the Black Dragon clan's disciple exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it. Many people from the Black Dragon family roared in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. My patience is limited. From now on, I'll kill one person from the Black Dragon family every 10 minutes until the person I'm waiting for appears, said the Blood Dragon Hall Master coldly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the people from the Black Dragon family all revealed terrified expressions. Another 10 minutes have passed. Which one should I kill? Sneered the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The blood-red light in his eyes became even denser, filled with icy killing intent. His gaze swept over everyone. Their expressions changed and they broke out in cold sweat. They were incomparably terrified. It's you. In the end, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze landed on a young woman. That woman's face instantly paled, without a trace of blood. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was just about to grab that woman from afar. If you want to die miserably, you can give it a try. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the depths of the Black Dragon family. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others turned their gazes to the rear of the Black Dragon family. Over there, 5 people were flying over at an extremely fast speed. These 5 people were Lu Ming, Pang Zhou, and the others. The one who had spoken was also Lu Ming. Young Master and the others are here. The people from the Black Dragon family rejoiced. They knew that the youth with Pang Zhou was very strong. Perhaps they could be saved. Very soon, Lu Ming and the group arrived in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At least 20 experts from the Blood Dragon Hall surrounded Lu Ming's group, blocking their path of retreat. 1 9th layer God King and 6 8th layer God Kings. Lu Ming sent out his spiritual awareness. With a sweep, he knew the strength of Blood Dragon Hall. This level of strength might be considered very strong on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but it was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming and the others arrived before the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others. Who killed the people of my Blood Dragon Hall a few days ago? The Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others before finally landing on Lu Ming. This was because he could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 7th tier King God Realm. The person he had sent was also in the 7th King God Realm. Only Lu Ming could kill a 7th King God Realm cultivator. Me. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Very well. Brat, since you dare to kill the people of my Blood Dragon Hall, there's no need for your Black Dragon family to exist anymore. Hand over the Black Dragon token and I'll leave your corpses intact. The Blood Dragon Hall master said coldly. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, what are you laughing at? The Blood Dragon Hall master stared at Lu Ming. Nothing. I'm just curious to see how you're going to destroy the Black Dragon family. Lu Ming said indifferently. Oh, Brat, looks like you're very confident. Do you think that you can fight against us with your cultivation of the 7th King God Realm? The Blood Dragon Hall master sneered as his cultivation of the 9th King God Realm erupted. Boom. Blood chi soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. The aura of the 9th King God Realm swept out like endless waves. In Pang Prefecture, the 3 elders' bodies shook violently as they retreated several hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. How terrifying. A 9th King God Realm cultivator was too terrifying. It was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable and impossible to fight against. Facing such an existence, they couldn't even muster the slightest thought of fighting back as they realized that they would be crushed with a single slap from the other party. They couldn't help but feel worried. In the face of such an existence, would Lu Ming be a match for it? Not only them, but the hearts of the Black Dragon family members also sank. Some of them were even trembling. However, Lu Ming stood there like a boulder, unmoving. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're courting death. The Blood Dragon Hall master snorted as a chilling killing intent erupted from his body. At the same time he moved. He took a step forward and clawed at Lu Ming as if he was a divine dragon hunting for its prey. Strong winds howled as energy surged, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom. There was an explosion in Lu Ming's body. There was a roar and divine power. Then Lu Ming threw a punch. The punch was aimed directly at the Blood Dragon Hall's hall master. Brat, you dare to take my attack head-on? Break. The Blood Dragon Hall master sneered inwardly as if he could already see the scene of Lu Ming's fist being crushed by him. In the next moment, the 2 attacks collided. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Hall master's expression changed from ferocious to shocked. Boom. With a violent explosion, the Blood Dragon Hall master's body shook violently as he retreated a few thousand meters. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. CSISI gasps could be heard at the scene. The Blood Dragon Hall master, a 9th-layer divine king, was actually pushed back by Lu Ming with a single punch. How could Lu Ming's ability be so terrifying? Great. Pang Zhou and the Black Dragon family members were overjoyed. When they saw Lu Ming push back the Blood Dragon Hall master with a single punch, they were all overjoyed. This time they were saved. Lu Ming glanced at the void as if nothing had happened. He then looked at the Blood Dragon Hall master and said, Is that all you're capable of? What a joke. Naturally, Lu Ming had not used his full strength earlier. Otherwise, the Blood Dragon Hall master would have exploded into a bloody mist. Lu Ming had deliberately concealed his strength. Damn it. The Blood Dragon Hall master roared in his heart as his expression became even more ferocious. He was a 9th-layer divine king, but he had been pushed back by a 7th-layer divine king. This was a great humiliation that he could not tolerate. Attack together and destroy this brat. The Blood Dragon Hall master roared. Kill. Kill. The experts of the Blood Dragon Hall roared. 6 8th-layer divine kings and a dozen 7th-layer divine kings unleashed their full strength as they surrounded Lu Ming. The Blood Dragon Hall master also roared and unleashed his full strength as he charged at Lu Ming. Over 20 experts charged at Lu Ming together. Their aura was shocking. An ordinary person would be frightened to death. However, Lu Ming had seen a lot. This was just a small fight. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved. He avoided the Blood Dragon Hall master and did not fight him head-on. Instead, he charged toward the others. Bang. Lu Ming threw a punch and defeated a Blood Dragon Hall expert who was at the 7th-tier King God realm. His fist force surged. The Blood Dragon Hall expert screamed miserably and exploded. Chapter 3596. After killing a powerful expert in the 7th-tier King God realm, Lu Ming turned around. His legs were like steel whips as he charged toward another expert in the 7th-tier King God realm. His body exploded immediately. Kill, kill. Lu Ming hollered. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, drenched in blood. Every strike of his could kill a powerful figure from the Blood Dragon Hall. It didn't matter if they were at the 8th or 7th level God King. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Blood Dragon Hall experts had been killed by Lu Ming. Damn it. How can this person be so monstrous? Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining people were all panicking, trembling with fear. How could they still dare to fight? They continuously retreated. Don't retreat. Kill him with me. He only has the strength of a 9th-level god king at most, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the remaining people didn't dare to fight. If they did, they would all die. They retreated far away from the battlefield. As for the Blood Dragon Hall experts with lower cultivations, they also retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Your people have retreated. Now you're the only one left. I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can kill me? Your divine power is only a bit stronger than mine, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. His body was covered in blood-red divine power. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He stepped into the air and charged at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the Blood Dragon Hall Master didn't fight. Instead, he frantically retreated. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He suddenly sped up and caught up to the Blood Dragon Hall Master in an instant. He punched out. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared furiously. He took out a blood-red battle sword and slashed out. However, when the blood-red sword and Lu Ming's fist collided, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's body trembled violently and he retreated. You were hiding your strength just now, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. He was incomparably shocked. He felt that Lu Ming was even stronger than before. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He had only increased his strength by a little. He hadn't even used his full strength. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly as he continued to charge at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight with everything he had. However, he was no match for Lu Ming. After just a few moves, he coughed up blood and was forced to retreat. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was icy cold. His chilling killing intent caused the Blood Dragon Hall Master to shiver. Save me, save me. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master suddenly roared at an empty space. The hearts of the people from the Black Dragon clan trembled. The leader of the Blood Dragon Hall had asked for help. Could it be that there were other experts? It's useless to ask anyone for help. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His fist energy was like a rainbow as it shot towards the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from an empty space. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. In the face of this aura, the people from the Black Dragon clan felt as if they were facing an invincible and terrifying existence. Some of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and fear. This aura was too terrifying. Even Pang Zhou and the three elders widened their eyes in shock. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to sense this aura. His fist energy continued to attack. This punch directly shattered the Blood Dragon Hall Master's defenses. Before the Blood Dragon Hall Master could rejoice, he screamed miserably as his head exploded. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was dead. At this moment, a figure appeared in the empty space. It was a young man. This man had green skin. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Brat, I told you to stop earlier. Didn't you hear me? The young man said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming. I heard you. Sorry I didn't stop earlier. Lu Ming opened his palm and said casually. At the same time, he glanced at the young man. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already noticed this young man. However, he didn't say anything. Just now, he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to test the young man. What was he trying to do by hiding in the dark? What was his motive? That was why he didn't use his full strength and kept it as a trump card. Otherwise, if Lu Ming used his full strength, the dozens of experts from the Blood Dragon Hall wouldn't be enough to kill Lu Ming in one move. Now, it seemed like the Blood Dragon Hall was relying on this young man. You didn't stop? Ah, you're digging your own grave. The young man's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold, murderous intent. You're an outsider, right? Lu Ming suddenly said. What? Everyone at the scene was extremely shocked. An outsider. Now, everyone on the Dragon Clan's mother planet knew that many outsiders had invaded. In ancient legends, the outsiders were all demons who specialized in killing them. Legend had it that in ancient times the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely prosperous. Later on it was invaded by outsiders. The experts and countless divine dragons on the Dragon Clan's mother planet were all killed. Now that outsiders had invaded, the Dragon-Human clan on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was very sensitive. This young man wasn't from the Dragon-Human clan at all. Therefore, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that he was from the outside like him. You're quite knowledgeable. Not bad, I'm an outsider. You natives should submit to me and listen to my orders obediently. Then you can still live. As for you, you'll definitely die. The green-skinned young man looked at Feng Zhou and the others. Finally, he looked at Lu Ming with an even stronger murderous intent. I could have spared your life if you had turned around and left directly. But now I have no choice but to keep you alive, Lu Ming said lightly. His main purpose in entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet was to find Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon. Then he could obtain some opportunities and cultivate. He would try his best not to offend the experts and forces of the primitive universe. However, if the other party wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be polite. What? You want to kill me? Haha, you're just a piece of trash in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm? The green-skinned young man laughed. Previously he had been hiding in the dark and observing. He could clearly see Lu Ming's ability. He had to admit that Lu Ming was able to kill a 9th layer of the Divine King realm with his 7th layer of the Divine King realm cultivation base. He was a peerless genius among the natives. However, compared to him, Lu Ming was too weak. He was a divine lord and a peerless genius. With Lu Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. Do you know what my cultivation base is? I'm a divine lord, someone you should look up to. The green-skinned young man continued. His aura became even more terrifying. It was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's heart. Divine Lord. He's a divine lord, a legendary peerless expert in the divine lord realm. The people of the Black Dragon Clan were shocked. They looked at the green-skinned young man in horror. Their hearts were in turmoil. Before the Dragon Clan's mother planet was revived, the Divine Lord realm was a legendary existence. It was only in ancient legends that someone had reached it. At that time, the strongest person on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only a 9th layer heavenly god. Even the Divine King realm was a luxury.